citizens and residents of this city. Father, we're grateful for the freedoms and blessings that we enjoy. We're grateful for this land. We're grateful for those who work hard to provide for families and provide for all the things that make up our community. At this time, we ask thy Spirit will be with us, that the discussions may be civil and productive, that wisdom may accompany our thoughts and actions, and ultimately our decisions. And we touch our identity. And we just only in Jesus Christ. Amen.
Please stand and repeat with me the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Councilman, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen. That sounds really good to have the Pledge of Allegiance in that loud of a tone. We appreciate that very much. We'll move on to item 1, approval of the agenda as outlined. I'll seek a motion to approve it.
So made.
I have a motion. I have a second. Thank you.
Staley, aye.
Seg Miller, aye.
Okay, move on to item 3, announcements. Anything to announce you can think of? We can announce Christmas in Dixie, but that's a little early. Okay, we'll move on to item 3, Washington City Youth Council. Introduction of our new youth council members, Carmen Snow.
All right. William Scoresby.
Okay, William, why don't you introduce your
All right.
city council?
Okay, so we have Christian Bratton. We have Brian Loya.
Come on up when they.
Come on up.
Thank you.
And we got Carolyn Hardman, Madison Long, Kierlan Malloy, Sarah Smith, Colton Staley, Noah Staley, and Kobe Topalian.
Is that everybody?
That is.
Turn around so the audience can see you. Just for your information, those in the audience, we have, I think we're going on our 6th year, we've had a group of outstanding youth in our community participate in our youth city council. And throughout the years, the city council is becoming more and more recognized throughout the state as a result of the things and activities that they're involved with and the service that they render. So we've been very proud of them and very, very proud of their parents for raising such wonderful children. We're thankful to Carmen Snow and Sherry Staley for being their advisor. Let's give them a big hand. And the new ones coming in, we always like them to sign the oath of pledge, and we have our recorder, Denise Bullock, that will handle that.
I do solemnly swear that I will support, obey, and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of Utah. I also solemnly swear that I will support, obey, and defend the the laws and ordinances of Washington City, that I will discharge my duties of my office with fidelity.
Congratulations and go to work. And they have been asked to be excused too, so we'll excuse them after they finish. Make sure you find your name. Thank you all again. You're excused. Okay, we'll move on to item 4, declaration of abstentions and conflicts. Anything to declare, gentlemen, at this time? Now we'll move on to our consent agenda, to consideration to approve the board audit report for August 2015, and a consideration to grant local consent for a beer-only restaurant license to Dickey's Barbecue Pit, applicant Carl Pierce. Any comment on it, gentlemen?
Mayor, if there's no comment or no questions, I would make the motion that we approve the consent agenda, which includes the board audit report and also the local consent for the beer license to Dickey's Barbecue Pit.
I'll second it.
Okay, I have a motion and a second.
Rice and I.
Staley, aye.
Segmiller, aye.
Right. Those are approved. Thank you, gentlemen. Item 6, reading of a proclamation supporting the Recovery Awareness Month. Whereas each day, millions of Americans take courageous steps towards recovery from alcohol and drug addiction, and whereas their examples reveal the transformative power of recovery, and whereas although alcohol and drug addiction remains a serious challenge in our country, recovering addicts make steady progress each day. And whereas by observing Recovery Awareness Month, we can honor and support those who have given everything to overcome addiction. Now, therefore, I, Kenneth F. Nielsen, Mayor of Washington City, Utah, do hereby proclaim the month of September as Recovery Awareness Month in Washington City, and call upon all citizens, community agencies, religious organizations, medical facilities, and businesses to join in this celebration of individual, family, and community recovery from the effects of addiction, thereby strengthening this community in which we live. In witness thereof, I hereunto set my hand and cause to be affixed the great seal of Washington City, Utah, this 9th day of September, 2015. Is there somebody here from, come on up. State your name.
Splendor Sargent. So yes, thank you for signing the proclamation. We at Therapia Addiction Healing Center wanted to start a campaign and raise awareness and to support those in recovery. So many times and so often people are shamed, and there's such a stigma that goes along with addiction and recovery. So with this campaign, we're hoping to raise awareness so that we can encourage those and empower those in recovery and create unity in the community to hopefully start the change. So I have the red wristbands that say "My name is." The campaign is called "My Name Is," and We are selling these for $5. All of the money goes to recovery outreach, all the money that we're making from this. We've had statewide coverage on this event. I mean, it's just been overwhelming with the support that we've had. So we have red light bulbs. We have red light bulbs at Wilkinson Lighting. You can pick them up there at Cherry Creek Radio and also Therapia. We have the red ribbons, and now we've got our red bracelets just for this. So I'm going to give these to all of you city council members and hope that you will wear them and support them for the month.
We will, absolutely.
Thank you,
very
Mayor.
much. Appreciate your efforts. I know all the cities are behind you and the county's behind you, and probably the whole world is behind you. So thank you. We'll make sure you get this proclamation. All right, we'll move on to item 7, special event. Consideration to approve a special event to the Danville Services of Utah LLC for a corporate staff party, September 19, 2015, Sienna Hills Park. Megan Valdez. Megan here? Chief, everything okay with, they've touched base with you and no problems? Okay,
Is there any staff member that can speak on this, Mayor? Maybe Denise?
maybe Denise.
The company party that they're doing up to one of our parks, and because of the amount of people that they have attending is why it's coming before you guys. I do believe they have inflatables, and they've given me their insurance rider covering. So,
And Denise, thank you. It looks like that application in there is just filled out completely. Everything's, it looks like all the departments signed off and everything's in order. So
any other questions?
Nope, thank you.
Okay,
Mayor, I'll make the motion that the council approve a special event to Danville Services of Utah LLC for their corporate staff party on September 19th at the Sienna Hill Park.
a motion, do I have a second?
I'll second the motion.
Thank you.
Price and I.
Staley, aye.
Seg Miller, aye.
Okay, go have a party. Item 8, street closure. Consideration to approve the road closures of the parade route for Pineview High School Homecoming Parade. Applicant Marco Perez, Pineview High School Student Body President. Marco here?
Sydney Stoker, and we just, for the parade, it's on Wednesday, September 23rd at 7 p.m. on Telegraph. From 2nd East to 1st West, and we're gonna be lining up on 2nd East, and it will be like about 20 minutes. And there are anywhere between like 20 or 30 entries, and we've met with the chief, Keith, and we have a special event permit.
You do not want to line up on 30 East? Or you guys have always lined up on 2nd East, though, haven't you?
2nd East.
So did you want the council to come?
I don't know.
I'll tell you what, you throw some candy, we'll be there, okay?
Okay.
Thank you very much.
We've got a couple Pineview alums that might be interested in waving their class flag. Mayor, I don't think there's much more discussion on this. I'll make the motion that the council approve the road closure application for the parade route for the Pineview High School Homecoming Parade
Thank you.
on September 23rd.
Thank you.
I'll second it.
Thank you.
Seg
Aye.
Miller, aye.
Staley, aye.
Nice night.
Okay. We'll have your parade. Invite the council. Item 9, public hearings and related ordinances. Public hearing for consideration to approve a zone change request Z-15-12 to change zone from open space to R1-15 single-family residential minimum 15,000 square foot lots located approximately east of Wild Horse Ridge, 2900 South. Applicant Mike Stewart.
Thank you, Mayor. As stated, the applicant is requesting a zone change of approximately 2.7 acres. The requested change is from the current open space to a proposed single-family residential, 15,000 square foot zoning designation referred to as the R115. Applicant is wishing to build on the existing vacant lot. The full parcel is actually 10 acres. I'll try to zoom out a little bit, but without losing my lines. But the only really buildable area is this 2.7 acres. You see hashed right at the beginning of the lot off of the Wild Horse Ridge Road there. And so with that, we talked over with the applicant. They're only asking for this part of it to be rezoned, this 2.7 acres as stated. The applicant is aware that it also falls within the hillside protection area. So even if the zone change is approved, they will have to get approval from the hillside board to do any building or even possible subdividing, which they haven't decided if it's going to be one big lot for one home or see what else they might want to work out there. So that's still undetermined at this time. The general plan land use designation for this location is very low density residential. The surrounding zoning to the parcel is R110 and R112 to the west, RA half to the south, and open space to the north and the east. Staff has reviewed the requested zone change, finds that it conforms to the general plan, the zoning ordinance. The Planning Commission reviewed the request at their August 19th meeting. Planning Commission unanimously recommended approval of Z-15-12 for the zone change from open space to single-family residential 15,000 square foot minimum lots to the City Council. And of course, based upon the findings that you see in your report, and I'll be glad to answer any questions the council has on this proposal.
Any questions, comments?
It's pretty steep.
It is, and like I said, if you've been up and seen it, to get to the lot, you're almost there as you hit the end of Wild Horse Ridge, and then it'll climb up. That's not good. I've had troubles with this photo the last two meetings, so I'm not. Try to bring it back. But it does flatten off in this area that's kind of hashed out and designated. The slopes are well below what our worries are in the hillside of getting too steep. They really do kind of flatten off just for that area, and then it really takes off. And we told them that's not even going to be considered. So that's why we're just doing the 2.7 acres.
And it looked like from the notes, the applicant was considering anywhere from 1 to 4 lots, depending on what they can work through with engineering and access and hillside and everything involved.
And water pressure, et cetera, all those things they'll have to take into account and see what they can do. So yeah, the 4 would probably be the most, because you have to then put a cul-de-sac in there, and it's going to be a challenge as it is. I probably see 3, and it'll be 3 nice lots. I think once they get there and get past that first 50 feet. So
No other questions for Drew. This is a public hearing. Any of you that are out there with an interest in this, you're welcome to step up, express your opinions. Come on up.
I'm Gloria Gladhill, and our family owns 8 3/4 acres just up on north of them. And I'm just wondering, our whole concern is access. Would they just access us off, or? That's a question.
Drew?
if they only make one lot, of course, you can see the entrance would be right here. Now, I do have been up to the property, and I don't know what your slopes are. If your slopes are too steep, you probably wouldn't be able to do much development anyway. Well, we'd have to, you know what, at this point, it's hard to even say because as I've been up there, this little area right here seems to be about the only place it looks like that can be developed. We'd have to see what your slopes are to that point. This is you up here?
Yeah.
Oh,
Randy did this for us.
well, let's, can you put on?
But access, still you need access.
Well,
Access.
We don't want you to be landlocked.
Are you currently landlocked or not? So you're landlocked already?
Open space. Yeah.
this is my concern, the piece we're talking about right here. I'll try to back out a little bit. Looks like they've had Bush and Judge will try to show two areas that might be possible building lots, but again,
It would be the, like the water pressure, all that stuff too, so. Our concern is just having a right of way. So
well,
Do
the
you-
question is,
Do
currently
you
don't
currently have a right of way?
we don't have one. No.
Are there any roads that access your property right now?
The dirt, the
Just kind of
four-wheeler road.
trails that the ATVs have made?
And there's no evidence of any of that on this. This is just a,
Yeah.
Yeah.
of course, a slope map, but this just shows what we've been talking about. When you see all those colors, that's a bad thing.
Yeah.
Usually it's nice to have colors, but not in a case like this. It's best to have white. Well, again, this is not a. I'm not sure how to, maybe I'll have Council Starkey help me with this a little bit because this is really a question of a zone change, a subdivision or accessibility. We're just changing the zoning of a parcel, so it's hard to. No, it's not a PUD either. It's just straight zoning to ask for a zone change request from open space to this.
From a land perspective, where you have undeveloped land completely, it doesn't fall on the city to force some type of an access that's not already been established. Typically, landowners do that on their own. We do the best we can to accommodate and help people to work together so that land can be developed,
Yeah.
wisely and just efficiently. If it were a PUD, that would indicate where roads might be at some point. That's where we start getting involved, at least in starting to work with the varying landowners, just to make sure that that it doesn't develop in such a way that's not good for anybody. As a straight zone change, where we're not saying we're approving where you're going to actually build something. We don't even start. We have enough legal problems, and we don't try to
That's
get
what
that.
I just wanted.
It's nice to
be
point that out.
aware That there would be.
Right, and I think
How
I think at some point that may be something that we become involved in, maybe not responsible for, but certainly become involved in, because we always want to efficiently develop the land within our city, just for the benefit of people that live here.
Okay.
So that one, so it wouldn't come into play right now, but it's nice to know that ahead of time. It's nice to know,
Yeah,
for the landowner to know
thought-
ahead of time, you guys care about it, just in case they don't realize you care about it. They should.
Either with this landowner or the others that are kind of to the north there, it almost seems like your best access would be from the road that Wild Ridge Street connects into, that kind of runs north and
Yeah,
south.
my husband tried to get the previous owners to give him, they did give him a verbal, but there were so many involved, and then after they all passed away, he just never got the letter or anything, so. And he passed away and he didn't.
Anything either.
So anyway, we just wanted you to be aware of it.
Well, it's a great idea. It's a great idea. If you have the landowners now, so are you saying that road, looks like that roadway would go from the land that we're thinking of rezoning now or from
Well,
a
it's
different
straight
site?
in.
No,
It's
the- The land that we rezone, I guess you could punch one through to it,
Well, you could come, try to
but
come
there's
like
almost a
this.
better access
You
on a
could try to
different
go-
road.
Depends on if you subdivide or not.
Yeah, that's
So,
right there.
Because if he doesn't subdivide, then
But if you look at this Majestic Court Drive, that one almost has better access at different points.
down here,
Yeah,
even though this is a different subdivision over here, but yeah, there is a proposed in a preliminary plat that maybe somehow to get
right
up,
up there.
even though this is real ugly right here.
Yeah,
We know
that's
that shade
that's
point. that
straight
is-
down.
straight, yeah.
That they cut into the hill.
So so being
Okay.
aware that they're doing these things, when the subdivision comes through, if they bring in a request for that, would they, Drew, at this point? Because it might just be a one lot, huh?
If it's just one lot, they won't. Well, no,
It's up to, well,
if it's just a simple lot split, take this off of his piece to the east, it wouldn't be done in a public hearing or through city council. If it's a if it's a minor subdivision with 3 or more, then, because then there will be dedication, et cetera, that would come to the city council, and it would show up as a public hearing. That's all up to what the developer has in mind.
Any other questions for Gloria? Good to see you, Gloria. I haven't seen you for a while. Any others? I'll entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
Mayor, I'll motion that we close the public hearing.
Yeah, I motion to have a second.
I'll second it.
Thank you.
Nice and I.
Staley, aye.
Sig Miller, aye.
Thank you. Move on to item B, consideration to approve an ordinance approving the zone change Z-15-12 to change present zone from OS to R-1-15.
Before a motion's made, is the applicant here on this request? Yeah. And I don't really have any questions for you other than I might just advise you to maybe work with the adjacent property owners and just get their input as you move forward, just as much as you can.
Thank you.
If there's no other comment, I'll make the motion that we approve an ordinance approving zone change Z-15-12 to change present zone from open space to R-1-15.
I'll second it.
I have a motion and a second.
Nice and I.
Staley, aye.
Sig Miller, aye.
Thank you, gentlemen. That is approved. Item C, public hearing for consideration to approve zone change request Z-15-13 to change zone from R-1-10, single-family residential, 15,000 square foot lot minimum to PUD, planned unit development, located approximately 600 west, 2,000 north, Matt Lowe, Washington Vista Reserve.
Thank you, Mayor, and popped up right as we needed it to. The applicant is requesting approval to change the zoning of approximately 32.17 acres. The requested change is from the current single-family residential 10,000 square foot minimum and some open space zoning designations to the proposed PUD or the planned unit development zoning designation. General plan land use map, this particular area shows low density residential, which allows for zoning categories are for the R110 and the R112, and shows density ratios of 3 to 4 dwelling units per acre. Surrounding general plan designations are low density residential to the south, west, and east, and open space to the north, which is the Turtle Reserve. Surrounding zoning designations are open space to the north and east, single family residential 10,000 square foot to the south, and a PUD to the west. The applicant is wishing to rezone this particular area to PUD to offer a different type of housing use in the vicinity that he's already developing. He's already already in moving forward with the Washington Vista project, which is directly to the south of this. The PUD development will have a total of 99 dwelling units, a recreation facility, including clubhouse and swimming pool, along with basketball and pickleball courts for the residences. And that's that area shown right in the middle there. Currently, there's a large hillside open space that falls on the east edge of the development, which is shown in the particular area here. This is a piece they actually acquired from Sitla not too long ago. This helps them in their drainage, and that particular part of that you see is the detention basin that would be necessary for not only this project, but as I understand it, even part of the Washington Vistas as they move up with their continuing phases to the north. Parking is always a question in the multifamily developments. And even though this really isn't multifamily, just that lots of homes in one big and with a lot of common area in this 32 acres. But with that, the applicant is providing not only required for each home, but additional visitor parking scattered throughout the development. There's an additional 43 stalls, and you kind of see them in different places. Here's one at the end of the cul-de-sac. Also within this cul-de-sac, you see some more. And then again, they're just scattered, and you can see them on this north road of these extra 43 additional parking stalls. The homes will be 2-car garage, and of course with driveways that'll be wide enough so each particular pad will be able to accommodate for four vehicles itself, plus the 43 additional parking. The rest of the project falls within the PUD zoning requirements as outlined. I will let the city council know there have been multiple calls to our office, lots of interesting questions pertaining to this project. I thought I might just take a moment and clear them up so it might answer a lot of the questions that folks here tonight may have. As the council can see, elevations have been provided along. All the homes are single story, except where the contour is allowed. There will be walkout basements, and I would imagine those will be on the east side, that there will be some walkout basements associated with this, but all the homes are 1 story in height. They are single family, detached. I mean, they stand alone homes, I guess is the best way to say that. They are not 2-story or townhome projects. There is not a motel being proposed with this. That's one that came, and people wonder why we're going to let a motel be in this area. There is no motel. Again, no 2-story units. The really high density or things that have been, again, it fits the 3.07 units, fits within the low density that the city has established for this area. The other one is about vacation rentals. There is no request at this time for vacation rentals to be part of this project. I know that's one of the biggest ones I've heard that is not being proposed. It's not a condition that it allows. If they so choose to do that at the future time, they would have to go through the overlay zone process that the city has established earlier this year, and a few proposals have come to the city council, but that is not part of this proposal for this PUD. So those are some of the ones we keep hearing over and over again. I just wanted to state that, so in case someone comes, they don't need to come up and ask those things. Again, there is no vacation rentals proposed with this PUD. They are not 2-story units. There's not a hotel. The density fits within the parameters, and they are not townhome, two side by sides or four units plus. So those are the biggest, really big concerns we've been answering and taking phone calls on this last week and a half.
Andrew, just to maybe restate exactly what you just said, if there were to be an application for vacation rentals, that would be a zone change hearing. That would be an opportunity for the public to come and have a public hearing and express concern or support. And that is not part of this process tonight.
It is not. It would have to be a separate overlay zone application if they choose to do that.
Okay.
Again, I'm not saying they are or aren't at this point. Don't know.
How does the proposed density compare with R115 if we were just to build it out at R115 without a clubhouse?
You mean R110? That's what it's
Sorry,
currently.
Well,
I might have
it's
missed.
actually conflicting on the agenda. What is the current zoning? Is it R110 or?
The
is it
current zoning is
50?
R110.
Okay.
If there was a misprint, I apologize for that, but it is currently R110. The whole Washington Vista is R110. That is 4 dwelling units per acre, roughly, is how you look at that. An R112 is roughly 3 dwelling units per acre. That's why those two, are the only two. Again, the council remembers that we kicked out the R18, which would have put it up to 4.5 dwelling units per acre, but we pushed that into the medium density category. So the only two in there are the R110 and R112. And again, it's 3 to 4 dwelling units per acre.
So this is slightly better density than R110 would be if we just
Yes,
straight
it
zoned
almost is right into the R112 when you add all the open space, et cetera, as part of the whole project, including all the 32 acres.
Drew, if you'll pull up the map, I have a few other questions.
Okay.
The first is on that open space to the east. Is there, I know we don't do landscape plans and all of that, but will that be usable open space or are we just talking desert space?
It's, I think the other, talked about native. It's going to be left in a native state is what it's going to be. Kind of like what the Sienna Hills development did. They left a lot of Sienna Hills just in that native, what was there, leave it open, no building on there. We could even, when they come for subdivision, if the council so wanted, we could put that in no disturb is one of the things that we will do. But the best example I can give you is Sienna Hills, that there's a lot of the natural native open space that's just left. And that's, and even Coral Canyon has many of that those areas are just left as they were 20, 25, 30 years ago.
The one other question on the map, you'll see there the proposed Northern Parkway is, if the regional planners succeed, is going to be a fairly large thoroughfare at some point.
106-foot right of way. It's already pre-done.
It's pre-done. It just doesn't connect anywhere yet, and so that's the
Correct.
challenge of getting it to connect somewhere. And does this plan contemplate, and are the property owners going to be aware of the fact that this is coming along the border of a very large road?
Well, yeah, they know that they used to call it the northern corridor, but they know the parkway is definitely going through their project. They've known that for quite a long time, that the Washington Parkway would be extended through their project. They know it's going to be 106 foot. You can see they put on here, they're giving 53 feet in this part, and they own the parcels, again, the development to the south, and they'll make up, the other 53 foot on that side, and they'll be responsible to meet the design of that roadway that has already been pre-done. Am I right, Mike? So they know what that design is. They're aware of that, and they'll build it according to that approved cross section that the city council passed.
So this access intersection that we're looking at there, it appears that it'll be a kind of a four-way intersection.
It will.
Will this be designed to have just turn lanes? Will it be a future? I can't imagine a signal would make sense right there.
No, and Mike, do you know enough to respond on that at this point? I'm sure, because with the 106 foot, I know there's a median as part of the parkway, all that. So they'll have to work out whatever the standards are, the design. I'm sure they've shown what it'll be at those intersections. I just don't have a copy of that here tonight. I'm almost sure there is a cross section of a four-way there, and it'll just be built whatever that standard is.
And you can see the cross section to the south of the road.
Yeah, you can. You can see that is lightly there.
There's a planned four-way there.
Right. That's what I'm saying. So when they design this out, I'm not sure how the whole design. I know with 106 foot, there's a lot of different like acceleration lanes that are usually required in that. Some of them require deceleration, depending. That may be part of here on this northern part. We'll have to just get into whatever the cross section. They'll have to build it to whatever that warrants at that particular intersection. That is the north end of Fairway Drive, by the way.
Is that Fairway Drive right there?
It is.
Okay.
Yeah, as it goes through the Washington Vista development, that is the top where Fairway would cross. Excuse me.
Can you zoom out? Of the 32.17 acres, how much of it is open space?
think we might have that down here.
You know, I tried to look at that, but the resolution, I could barely
Yeah, luckily mine's
see
been
the
kind of
details.
focusing in and
So I'll have
according to the
questions.
data, it looks like the open space that's required, of course, is 9.65 acres. With their particular development, it's proposing 10.99 acres. And all the stuff is here, and hope you can kind of read those numbers now. It helps a little bit. It's hard because
So
you're
currently it's R110.
which
Low
would allow
density,
for, yeah.
3 to 4 dwelling units per acre. He's coming in and asking, or the applicant is coming in and asking for 99 lots on a total of 32.17 acres. But of that, there's only usable, and I can round, but maybe about 21 acres of usable. I mean, if you've been up there, the topography doesn't allow you to build on the open space.
Well, it's not topography on the open space that
It's
doesn't
the
allow
drain-
you.
It's the drainage.
Yeah, there's a drainage there, and there is, you see some of the
Yeah, there's a
contours. They're really
wash.
hard to see on that, and it does wash, but basically from this point to this point, it drops, I think, 10 feet. Well, sorry, you can't see that when I pointed on my screen, but the few lines you can see, it does. And someone could technically, if they wanted to build that up, there is some of it that could be turned into usable depending on how much they wanted to retain. That's the word.
When I back out the open space that's really not buildable anyway, I get 21.18 acres, and I divide that by 99 lots, I come up to about 4.67 dwelling units per acre. It sounds like, let me just hold that thought there for a minute. The pads, and I read through the notes and just help me understand. Again, I couldn't zoom in close enough to see the detail on the pads. I read in the minutes, the smallest would be a 40-foot wide, 60-foot deep. That's the smallest. Can you tell us the pad sizes?
Probably have the applicant come up. Their engineer is here. Or whoever wants to come up, you guys can arm wrestle.
Hi, I'm Eric McFadden. I'm the engineer on the project.
I'm Matt Lowe.
Our pads range anywhere between 35 to 53 feet wide and anywhere from 50 to 75 feet deep. They're all a little bit different. And the open space that you are talking about down in the wash is actual developable area according to your hillside ordinance. A lot of it is under the 20% slope. What we did was the 30-foot wash area that you see labeled on there, we designated that for the actual flow of the wash, and we didn't count that into our open space. We called that as undevelopable. The remainder of it is actually developable. We choose not to go in there and destroy it. We like the way it looks. We like, the natural features of it. So technically we do have 32.17 acres developable minus that 30-foot swath up the middle of there. And then all the streets in there also will be public streets. We're not proposing any kind of private streets, so it'll all be nice and wide and meet the city standards.
That's all I have for now, Mayor.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. This is again a public hearing.
Well, Mayor, I
ahead.
guess I didn't get to my report, the final, most important part. Planning Commission reviewed it at their August 19th meeting. As stated, the Planning Commission unanimously recommended approval of Z15-13 for the zone change request from single-family residential, 10,000 square foot and open space to the planned unit development zoning designation to the City Council. And of course, based on the findings, subject to the conditions that you see in your report. And the 10 are our standard ones that would go with the PUD. So, thank you.
Thank you. Again, it's a public hearing. It's open for public comment. Come on up, please state your name and. Absolutely, yeah. Please, Larry. Yeah.
And to the city council.
Well, let's see, first of all, was this presented to the planning? I'm sorry, Larry Bellows. Drew, you stated that this was presented to the planning commission, is that correct? So all of these homes this way were presented that way? Same exact drawing? Why was there a misunderstanding of thinking that it was going to be multiple or large buildings?
They stated the misunderstanding must have been with people that have been getting emails, et cetera, and they keep calling us about it. That's all I said with that came. There was no misunderstanding with the planning commission, no misunderstanding with the city council or staff. This has been in my office for months, showing these single family things. So I'm sorry you misunderstood what might have been said, but I'm just was stating my 4 points that I put in that really weren't part of my report. But since my report's been out, we've been flooded with calls. That's where the misunderstanding is. If someone's telling them something else than what is, because this is exactly what was at the planning commission meeting, those photos that you can see right there. That's all that, hope that answers your question.
And answers that I came up this week and talked with you specifically to try and learn about this. And we talked about larger buildings. You didn't offer to me that so I could look at it. So anyway, I tried. The process, what is the process for changing this? First of all, as an R110, it allows anything under the sun to be built up there, correct? Modular homes could be built there. So all of the places up above in Green Springs where they have now R1 something, they could be modular homes. The only restriction is the size of lot. There is no restriction or control over the home whatsoever, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And in this instance, these homes that are here, is there any clarification as to what the coloring is going to be, what the materials are going to be, or any of that? Are those pictures correct? Okay. I found it interesting that no one was notified on this. I understand it's because there's a 300-foot radius, and no one lives within 300 feet, and so no one was notified to come, before it was presented. We'd sure like to see that changed, since it affects our community, and we'd like to know what's going on, the different places. Second is, if you put an overlay of overnight rentals on this, what is that process? I understand it. I understand it one way. Would you clarify what that process is? So if they want to come in and overlay this with overnight rentals, what is the process?
It says they make application for a zone change. And what that zone change would entail is they have an exhibit of acreage. And they ask to have the overnight, and it has to meet the standard that's in the ordinance that is adopted at this point. So they'd have to make application. We'd go through pretty much the same process you're seeing right now. Planning Commission, City Council, and yeah, public hearing.
So you're open to that. Now, as an R110, they don't have that option, or they do have the option as R110 to do that.
Yeah,
But
it would be an overlay
our
zone. So
pardon?
it would be an overlay zone that
Understand
overlays whatever zoning exists.
I understand that. And the way I understand it is you have to have 75% of whoever the people are in that area in order to approve it, right? Since there are no people in this area, I guess Matt Lowe would decide that. Is that correct?
Well, not necessarily. You have to get the city council to give you the overlay before any vote of the people comes up.
So they would have to say, yeah, we'll approve that you could have an overlay, or isn't it
The
just
city council
automatic?
would have to hear it. The city council would have to hear it before any property owners get to vote on whether or not it is or isn't applicable to those lots.
Since it takes 75% to vote whether it is or is not, right, would be approved.
No, we've turned them down.
I know. There are no 75% up here. There's nobody up here.
Let me take some more confusion away. We're talking two different ordinances here. CUP, a conditional use permit for what I call the onesies, twosies of people that say across the street would not on here. I'm just saying next to City Hall. If someone wanted to turn their home into a vacation rental, they would follow the conditional use permit process and apply for that. And they would have to have 75% of the ownership within 500 feet That's on a one timer, a two timer, people just coming for, this is an apple and an orange. We're talking an overlay zones for an entire development. That's the overlay zone. Conditional use permit is for the one timers
Where you
that
already
want
have,
to do it.
where you already have developed land, you have homes existing already.
And the overlay zone does not have residential involvement. It is just an overlay zone approved by the council.
With notification.
So to clarify it, in this instance, it could be presented and you could approve all of that as an overlay zone without having any public input even.
Wrong. There would be a public hearing.
Oh, we could come and talk, but there isn't, you don't have any requirements like the 75% or any of that. It's just 300 feet. So we probably wouldn't get notified again. Most likely. I mean, you haven't notified anybody yet. So I assume that.
Following the standard.
Well,
To answer your question, the answer is yes.
There would be a public
Yes, the
hearing.
council is empowered to make that overlay zone.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. So the council can do it without any say from anybody else, right?
No. The applicant has to request it pursuant to our ordinance, which makes it something that someone can request. When that
Okay.
request is made, it would go through the process. Staff would require that they give notices pursuant to this standard.
Which the standard is, state standard is 300 feet. There's nobody up there. I mean, you're clear up, you're way beyond 300 feet where anybody's located. Anybody that's affected by it, you're way beyond that. So it could go through on a night when no one knows until it's all done.
I guess that's possible, yeah.
I mean, it has so far. So I assume that it could do that
Well,
same
that's what I don't
thing.
understand. How has it gone unnoticed so far if we've got you?
I
here
don't
in
know
a room
because
full of
people have
I've
been trying to
received
watch
a lot
it.
of emails from people that have found out somehow. And so
Well, it was in the planning commission
whether it's
last
our
week.
agendas or our process, I mean, the 300 feet rule is what it is. I guess this council could choose to change it.
Sure.
But I haven't observed a problem of zone changes sneaking through without anybody knowing about it. Somehow our citizens are finding out, and I get a lot of emails and I appreciate them. A lot of good issues are raised and a lot of good questions I'm able to benefit from because our citizens are finding out about these things. And so I haven't observed that stuff sneaks through without any opportunity for the citizens and the neighbors to hear about it and come and share their view.
Was there any comment in the planning commission by citizens at all, by chance?
Yeah, I referenced those comments in the minutes.
There were some in the planning commission from
I believe
citizens
so.
in the
I'll pull it
area.
back up. I know there are a lot of questions from the planning commissioners themselves. Let me look through the minutes again and we'll see.
Certainly isn't a requirement to be within 300 feet in order to make comments at a public hearing either.
No, I understand that. And you know, we could,
We understand
We-
the big concern about maybe not getting the notice yet.
and certainly the council can, if the state law says 300 feet, they can limit it to 300 feet and they can do what they want. That's understood. Would request that someone would have more, you know, since it's affecting a lot of people, that it would have, it should notify more people, give notice.
No public comment. Several questions by the commissioners, but no public input.
I'm guessing because no one was there. The first time it became obvious to people, it's been in staff, but the first time it became obvious to anybody this was going on was at planning commission. So that's why people have sent emails to you in the last little while, is because it appeared in planning commission. So that's my guess. Okay, so so we don't have any real details of what's going to happen on those homes, but when you do a PUD, you have the opportunity to tighten down what's going to happen as far as how those homes are. In this instance, what really is going on is you've got 32 acres that would yield 99 lots, and they're jamming those 99 lots into 21 acres is really what's happening. And as an R110, that's what it would be. So they're getting a higher density than they would normally get when they look at the land. How do we know that this developer is going to do a good job with what he's doing if we don't get details and get those put on this PUD as part of the PUD?
We wouldn't get pickleball courts in straight zoning. We wouldn't get a clubhouse or a pool or a basketball court. we wouldn't even get extra parking in straight zoning. And so my criticism of PUDs has been the very point that you're hitting on, Mr. Bellison, which is that developers take advantage of it. They leave the junk land as open space. Then they cram houses into lots, into the remaining space. At the same time, I think we have to acknowledge if we just straight zoned it, like the neighborhood I grew up in, there's about the open space you get is a sidewalk. You get a sidewalk that you can walk around on, but there's nothing else. And so there's kind of a give and take with the PUD versus the zoning process.
No question. I mean, an R110 is a lousy zone. You know, you guys have put it into an R110. I think that's a lousy zone anyway. If you want to look around this community and see what our R110 does to the development, it's a hodgepodge of a lot of things. A lot that's gone on in that area, almost all of them. If you got a larger map that shows what's gone on up there, Drew? The existing map?
Probably got it right there. It's right on the map. I think it's in there too, maybe. If you got an aerial shot of that, of the location. The vicinity map.
I'm just going to your comment, I just want to make one point. Certainly there are good developers and bad developers. There are good PUDs and bad PUDs, and how clearly and tightly they're defined is the major difference between a good one and a bad one. If it's clearly and tightly defined, you can get what you agree to. If you don't, you leave it open, then it becomes whatever the developer wants to do. That's why I'd like to see it very tightly defined, not left open.
Is it your experience that those tight definitions are made at the zoning phase?
They're made when the PUD is approved. Okay. So, yeah, all the way up through there, you'll see almost all of Green Springs is PUD, right? The only thing that isn't PUD is the stuff up at the very top. Now, this developer, do you want to turn this on and just look at some of the things that he has or what we have up there? Most people are aware. I guess I should look that up. Pardon? Yeah. So there's an example of some of the land up there that he currently has stewardship over. These are lots that he has stewardship over. And everyone here probably is aware of the road going all the way up through Green Springs, correct? How it's landscaped all up and down the road and tight and clearly defined and well kept. That's the PUDs that do that. Those planned unit developments maintain all of that up and down, pay for it and maintain it and take care of it. That's where it enters onto Matt Lowe's land, right there. That's the extension of Green Springs, okay? You'll notice where these rocks go up the right side, all the way up and down the road, there's landscaping and it's well done and it's maintained. What they've done is come in and put in rocks that you're not gonna be able to maintain. It isn't gonna be a nice roadway. Given that, the only way it's going to be is to tear that out. The weeds that are up against the back of those homes, I don't know how you'd even get up and take care of them because it's so tight. And I've got other copies of that if you'd like to see going up and down that. So, you know, I just don't have the confidence that what they say they're going to do or what is implied they might do, they're going to do. I don't know about you, but I'd suggest that you just tighten it down if that's what you're going to have. Again, I'm much more happy with a PUD than I am an R110, because an R110 is open to anything, to anybody, you know, anywhere, any size home, any color home, any configuration, any manufacturing, and that's a problem. So I'd ask you to consider that, to tighten it down and not just leave it. The second thing that I have a question is, I understand the top part of this one was passed as a PUD, correct? And those are larger buildings. Do you know what they're going to be like?
We've seen the renderings on them.
You have on the buildings?
Yeah, back when the application was made.
Okay, I don't know, has anybody here seen it? No. Sounds like not many have seen that or have any idea what's going on there.
Yeah, if anyone was here when those came through, those were shown in public meetings.
Yeah, I know, no one knows, but I understand.
Again, we've seen plan developments when the developer brings in a detailed agreement, and we'll enter into agreement with the city. And typically you'll see that on larger developments, but a good agreement, a good contract makes for a good end product.
Exactly.
So your point is well taken. I mean, we look at the one that comes to mind most recently is Brio. You remember the elevations and the detail, you know, down to the sidewalks, to the streets, to the elevations, to the colors, to everything in it was a book this thick. Here we've got a one-page rendering of what our planned development is. And I don't care if it's a planned unit or a planned community to the same extent. If we're going to give custom zoning, probably, I don't know what we're going to get.
Right. And I don't know what you can do about the road going up from Green Springs now. I mean, it's as ugly as you can get. I don't know who's going to maintain it. I assume the developer is not going to maintain it. And you know, I used to appraise subdivisions, appraised a lot of them. We bought up here because I understood what those subdivisions were going to be. They were planned unit developments, and I knew precisely what they were going to be. And we bought a home there, and it's a great home. And I think that those planned unit developments that are up there now are very well maintained. I could give let me give an example. That right there. Do you know what that is? Anybody? That's a detention pond. Compare that detention pond with the other detention ponds you have around the city. You can see in this where the intake is going in, but it's a beautiful park. It'd be nice to do things like that, and just instead of just leaving and, you know, helter-skelter. Again, I'm unhappy with both zonings, but I'm really unhappy with the opportunity for someone to come in, as has been, and overlay over this with really only a 300-foot notice and nobody there to oppose in that individual development itself, and have overnight rentals. If you've been to the ones up above on Telegraph there, it's like a party forever, you know, on the weekends. And the homes in our area that have had overnight rentals there have been really difficult situations to deal with, drinking and partying and running up and down the streets, and they're difficult for the city as well because of the police presence and whatever that you have to have in those circumstances. Do you have any questions of me? Thank you.
Anybody else?
My name is Glenn Bingham. I'm the original developer of the Northbridge development, which was a PUD development, and pretty much across the street, across Green Springs Drive, and just down a little bit from this development. And the thing that I see, when we developed the development, it was pretty much the same density. We did it as a PUD to make it nicer and to make it look better. And we ended up with a density of 1.6 lots per acre. And that made it a more open and nice development. And what I think you see is, which is what Councilman Segmiller talked about. You see a developer coming in here and using PUD to get around the zoning to be able to cram more units into that area. And it's not going to look nicer than what it would have been if you just left the zoning as what it is. Because while it talks about it's possible to do 3 to 4 units per acre, the reality of it is, given the terrain and so forth, and given the road, the overhead with roads, you'd probably be lucky to get 2.5 units per acre in that area with a 10,000 foot lot. So if you heard the dimensions of the lot pads, he's really dealing with 4,000 and 5,000 square foot lots. It's half the it's double the density of what you would otherwise see. So yeah, he's putting in a swimming pool, and that's nice, but they may do that anyway in the regular development if that's an amenity that they see that's happening. So I think, if I was sitting in your shoes, I would say to you, is what he's doing here, because he's switching it to a PUD, does that enhance it and make it better than what it otherwise would? And if it doesn't, then I would say, what's the motivation for the PUD? It's to just sell more lots. And if that's the case, then I think that's kind of abuse of that opportunity, and certainly isn't consistent with neighborhoods that have been up here. And so I would say, you either got to change that around. I think the idea of that, well, we're going to consider all of the open space in terms of looking at density area is probably not quite true, because a lot of that would be particularly difficult in steeper terrains and would take more road work and more gradient to be able to put lots in there. You'd probably be lucky to get 50 or 60 lots into that development if it was left R110. So that's what you're really doing, is doubling the density. And that's not consistent with what's been all around there. So I would say, it doesn't fit. Don't do that to the neighborhood.
What terrain types were set aside for open space in Northbridge?
When I did it, we had, what we did is we put in meandering trail system throughout all of the roads. So we had big setbacks that opened up the space on all the streets. We had bigger setbacks in terms of that on the lots between the homes to give it a more open feeling. And then we had the one terrain area that wasn't buildable, but most of the open space came in terms of wider street, open space, and bigger spacing between the lots. And that's what we were able to do with that. Plus that picture that Mr. Belliston showed you of that park, that was Northbridge.
And so my concern with open space would also apply to Northbridge, and that the space that's left is really just the gullies and the terrains and things that doesn't so much become usable to the residents. And so what I look for is the opportunity to have space that's used that becomes something that those residents want to be on and recreate on. We've got a lot of desert that's set aside out around us, and I think it makes for a nice neighborhood to have it there. But I don't necessarily, I'm not convinced that just having it spread throughout our houses creates additional opportunities for the residents to be active and out in that space.
And that may be true in terms of, so you have to remember, in our development, it's 100 acres. As I recall, we had about 25 acres of open space, of which 10 was probably not unbuildable. The other 15 acres was basically the trail system. If you look at there's a 20-foot wide easement on every road that has a meandering trail that hooks into all the rest of the trails. So I would say that was probably at least 10 or 12 acres of use that was just to make it a nice trail system. And then the rest of it was just to give the homes a little more open appearance so that you didn't have that crammed in feeling. Remember, the general plan here is low density. And when you look at those homes on 4,000 square foot pads, you're certainly not going to have that feeling.
Yeah, and Northbridge probably isn't the best comparison just because of the number of the characteristics.
Right.
But yeah. Does Northbridge have a pool or a clubhouse or pickleball courts?
Northbridge, what we did with Northbridge is, as part of the deal that I had with the Silverstone developers, we contributed to the development of that Northbridge Park. So I put in thousands of dollars toward the development of the park. So that was the amenity that we put in there. We do have that little park basin that is a park with the detention basin, and that gets used for photographing and all sorts of stuff. We do have a little lookout point that's supposed to, where you can walk up and look out over the city and a few things like that.
Anybody else?
Terry Davis, 665 West Fairway Drive. I'd like to note that the smallest lot that was mentioned was actually 2,400 square feet, not 4,000 square feet. And reading the numbers from the back part of the room, it looked like I saw a lot of 3,000 square foot lots. So the folks there are, and my wife likes to describe it, reach out the window and say, "Could you pass me a cup of sugar?" It's pretty cozy, maybe a little more cozy than my wife would like to live, and certainly, although it fits a certain number of square foot and there's a lot of square feet and acres that are empty, the homeowner is kind of crowded. So it looks like the house is going to have to be really small, maybe 1,500 square feet or so, just to be able to carry out your trash. So that seems to be a negative. They jam too many together because they have this nice open space over on one side. Now for the people to spend their time in their houses, not so much outside. Maybe it's a good chance to meet their neighbors.
So Mr. Davis, just to clarify, you're referring to the pad sizes when you're talking square footage?
Right.
Okay.
How big the houses are gonna have to be.
That's the maximum size their cement pad could be. But there's additional space that'll be landscaped and on all sides of these units, that'll be additional usable space. It's just commonly owned.
What I heard from what he said, it was 40 by 60 was the size of the lot.
Well, it's the size of the pads, the building pads. Maybe we could pull up the map there and help you see it. Because you're correct. The numbers you're remembering are correct numbers. They're not referring to the lot. There's not per se lots in a PUD. There's building pads that are sold. And then there's a lot of commonly owned property around all of those pads that's available to use by everybody that owns or lives there. And so it's not necessarily a lot. It's a building pad that would be available for construction. And then there's space that surrounds all of that.
Okay, so basically what you're saying is that's the size of the concrete pad.
That's the maximum size that it could become, yes.
Okay. I'll read it from that.
I think that's it right there.
That's the map I was looking at just now, yeah. So you'll see there.
Those
Let's
things,
use
those
lot-
things are the lot, that's the pad size where the
Lot-
building's gonna sit, not the lot size necessarily.
So lot 57 there, Mr. Davis, appears to be about a 3,000 square foot pad. That's not the lot size, that's just the maximum size that a house could be built on that space.
Okay. So
But then there's other space surrounding it that would be what we frequently call open space, or would be commonly owned space that would be maintained and managed by the association.
But that's the area where you're talking about handing the sugar over, right there.
Yeah, like
That green spot right there is where you hand the
That's the
sugar
handoff
over.
spot.
Yeah, like the 5 feet between lot 56 and 57, from one house to the other. That's,
in theory, it could be pretty close, but they both have to be reasonably sized houses, not the 1,500 square feet that I was extrapolating.
thanks, Drew. Maybe 10.
So yeah, to have the minimum space there, you'd have to have those houses maximize that pad size. But the point is also a good point, which is these are going to be closer than if it were straight zoning. The setbacks on the lots on zoning wouldn't be this close. What would the setbacks be just on straight zoning, Drew? Yeah. So you'd have 10 feet on each side if it
20.
were straight zoning.
20.
Okay.
So 20 total.
And it looks like it shows 10 foot, so it's roughly half
It
of
is
the
different.
requirement.
And in straight zoning, you only have to be 10 feet off the street. And so here they're set back more.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, good question.
My name is Guy Sanderson. So I'm not a very smart guy, so help me understand this process, because I understand, because I'm pro-development from the standpoint of trying to get the most out. These pads are, what was that dimension? How deep? 40 to 50? The pad? 40 to 60?
40 to 60.
My trailer is 42 feet long.
How wide is it?
It's about 10 feet wide. So what I'm saying is these are little. Thank you. Sometimes I have a hard time articulating. And the second part that concerns me, because Basically, the way I understood what you said, it's pretty much the same amount of units, correct? Units for each property. How many units were originally there, and then how many units are proposed?
There weren't any units originally there. There was just a zoning designation.
Zoning designation.
Of R110.
Okay, how many homes can I put on that?
That gives you about 4 units per acre.
Okay,
Times
total for this development, how many?
Times 32.
Take that number.
If it were entirely usable, which it.
Okay,
is
I was a
probably not,
social
that would be
studies teacher,
120.
not a math teacher. So all I need to know is how many, I call them units, houses, okay, are going to be there
So
right now, the way it's
If it was
proposed.
32 flat acres, you'd be 4 times.
No,
32.
I understand 99. How many are going to be there now with this proposal?
That-
99. So what, okay, so before there was going to be 99 and,
No.
how- okay, what was it
There
before?
was no number.
Okay.
There was no number.
So the bottom line is going to get bigger and there's going to be more. Is that correct?
No,
Per-
no, there
per-
was no number before.
Okay, I understand, but as a developer, I'm going to try to get in as many as I can and squeeze them in, correct? So now we've got a congestion thing. I enjoyed the terminology and language. At this time, there's no proposed overnight. And from a legal standpoint, that was, I thought, pretty good, because that's how I would present it if I was a developer or representing the developer. The bottom line is, it can happen. I know it's going to be in another meeting, but take all of that and put it away for a minute. It doesn't even fit into the whole community. It doesn't even fit into, I mean, even my home in Silverstone 3, you know, I'm the cheapest, I know, I'm the cheapest house in the neighborhood, and it still looks good, but I'm sorry, and I know I'm not politically correct, but the council, city government in Last Sun doesn't even control the overnight rentals that are taking place right now in those homes. So I think those are going to be overnight rentals. I think it's going to be more traffic. I think it's going to be more problem. I don't think it fits into the culture of the whole area. And that's my input. Thank you.
You want to comment on that?
Well, whether I agree with Mr. Elliman or not, I would never insinuate that he's got something up his sleeve about what the process is going to be. At this point, there has not been any application for overnight rentals, and I guess I just can't not come to his defense after that comment was made.
And for this, just for the other record, the last one that came before us, this council turned down. And so it's not carte blanche.
My name is Tom Evans. I live in Silver Spring 3. Silverstone 3. And from what I'm gathering from this conversation is that we're looking at units that are going to be very small, similar to Canyon Cove. It's what it looks like to me. Probably pretty much built the same way. And if anybody is familiar with Canyon Cove, are you familiar with that? That really does not fit up in that area. Please think about this really hard, because you'll be making a terrible mistake if you allow this type of development to go on up in that area. We've already got one that has been squeezed down to a higher density up there that was approved at PUD just to the left of him, to the west of him. We don't need another one, and this would be even more so. That one will have multi-unit buildings in it. These are single family, but they're really small. I'm begging you guys. You represent us. Please think about our interest. Please don't think about the developer's interest. All of us are here because we're really concerned about what we saw the last time around. And that 300-foot notice radius is a joke, especially with a piece of property way up there. No one hears about it. Oh, yes, I know. You said that people contacted you.
I've had
But
a lot
no
of-
one up here, no one up in our area heard about it until after the planning commission. And someone was there who told us, and we all got on the internet and let everybody know.
I just said-
So that 300-foot, that 300, don't try to plagiarize, to put me down on this, because I know that 300-foot is the biggest joke I have ever seen in my life. Where I came from up in the Seattle area, you had to go almost a mile. You know, and there were thousands of people we would have to contact. I used to develop.
And so I guess what I
So
would
all
say
I'm
is,
saying is that is a joke. We don't get the message. And I haven't seen any, I've been living here for 6 years. I haven't seen any action to make that any better. And I'm begging you, because my faith in you guys is really dissipating.
so if we were to change that 300-foot rule, which this council probably has the ability to do, the parties that bear the burden for giving those notices is not the city, it's the developers.
It's
and
the
those that are working
developer, I
it.
know.
And we'd have the room just as full as it is tonight with people telling us that we're being unfair the other direction. But this isn't the first time we've heard complaints about that.
Well, are
that
you
rule.
going to do anything about it?
There's nothing on an agenda to change that right now.
Well, you really need to think about it very hard, because a lot of people here that are very upset because of that one thing. We don't get the message.
So,
and you're not representing us by not giving us the message so that we can get it. If you've got a piece of property that's so far back in up the road, but there's no one within 300 feet, and you've got to have some kind of a regulation in place that indicates where a person is first notified and somewhere beyond that, so that people get the message.
So the interesting thing I've observed is the times that the people are here frustrated with the 300-foot rule are also the times that the room is all the way full. And so I think you've made a good point about the peripheral of that. The challenge I've had with what I've observed is the times that that's come up as a complaint are also the times that our room is full. And unfortunately, our room doesn't fill up very much. On most of the other nights, it doesn't.
A lot of people
And
don't get
so-
the message. That's probably why they're not here.
Well, I'm referring to the nights when there's not zone changes, the nights when there's budgets and all of the other stuff that we have to do. And so how did you find out to be here and come and share with us your viewpoint? I've appreciated it.
I got an email. And so I knew what happened the last time around, and so I started sending emails out. That's the only way we find out about it. So you really need to do something as a city council to resolve that problem, especially for us up there. What's been happening? I feel very let down personally. I don't feel like you represent us anymore. I think you're more towards development than anything else. And that, as far as what we want, is not important, or what we would like to see in our area. Okay? Thank you.
Anybody else?
Mayor, I'll just state for the record is I'm the kid who used to run around through the sagebrush where all of those developments lie. And I've been opposed to them all as just a local person who used all of that. But at the same time, I can't deny the fact that I've known and met and become acquainted with many good people who've moved into those neighborhoods. And so I think for the most part, the Green Springs area has become very beautiful and well done. And it's a neighborhood that I'm proud to say is within my city, even though the playground I enjoyed as a youth was along those washes and foothills. So
Come on up.
name is Steve Crabtree, and I live in Silverstone 3 as well. I just wanted to add maybe a little bit to what Evans said, and that is, I think we're all frustrated by the lack of communication. And I don't want to beat this horse to death, but I think that's why, if you could let the various homeowners associations know, it probably wouldn't be too tough to do that. That's just one individual in 4 or 5 different developments, and something like that would let us know. I think, again, maybe in the form of constructive criticism, I don't see where things are spelled out well enough to any of us to know what we're going to really end up here. The reason I'm here tonight is I wanted facts. And I think you're leaving a great opportunity for an email and then getting embellished and people's emotions getting into the thing and distorting the facts. So I think we could all make better decisions for everybody and everybody's interest if we knew these things and if it was spelled out a little bit better in ways that we could all understand it. And there was some kind of a presentation. I mean, this is a blank check with potential disasters.
Let's assume that the ordinance is 3,000 feet. Let's multiply it by 10. What you would get is a letter that says the owner of such and such piece of property is applying for a zone change with Washington City, and there will be a hearing on this date. And so what facts do remain that we can help you with?
Well, I think simply stating here, there's going to be 99 homes. That's about as poor a rendering as there is. But as I envision it in my mind, like's already been said, I see Canyon Cove going in there above Silverstone 4, and I don't think it fits the area appropriately. I think it's a total abandonment from the beauty and the good things and the good intentions that's already been done. And I think those of us that there and have made our homes there, we didn't do it haphazardly. We did it with the intention that we wanted to be there and be a part of that community. We take pride in that community. And it's probably why so many of us are passionate about this and don't want to see our properties devalue with developments that aren't appropriate. When everything isn't about money, is what I'm saying. These places that we call our home, we're emotionally invested in, and we're financially invested, and don't want to see either one of those destroyed.
Sure.
Thank you for letting me share.
Hey, thank you for your comments. Mayor, you want a motion to close the public hearing, or is there someone?
Anybody else other than the other we've already talked about? Okay. How about, what if all that was in half? What if all those lots were in half? Would you all be coming out here tonight? Would you really? Larry? Well, I'd be glad that you would, but if it was in half, how many of you would be here?
You mean
Half the number of lots.
I'll get here so I can grab my thing. Let me just, from a different point of view. To me, those mountains above us and those cliffs are the best thing that we have.
Absolutely.
I mean, they're better than any other place in the whole area around here. And if there's anything of value, we know that the views and preserving those kinds of things is the most value. You look at where all the money that comes into our community comes from. It comes from people coming to see Zions and the parks and the desert and those kinds of things. For us to not value that is, we're just squandering a great asset. So to me, it's a passionate thing to make sure that's developed correctly. And if you want to look at the community, those communities, some developers think that the greater the density, the higher the return. Other developers think the greater the value, the higher the return. And those developments that concentrate on value actually get much higher return than density. So to throw in a high density thing here isn't necessarily the smartest thing for anybody, for the developer or for us. Forcing the developers to communicate with the neighbors is not a bad thing. And working together, I think there can be other, good solutions come from it. Again, you look at Green Springs Road all the way up and down. That's maintained by the people that live there. It's not maintained by the city, and they do it out of love for the area, not just because, they're concerned about what's going on.
So
I happen to agree,
with-
Larry.
With specifics here, since I know you've been on both sides of this type of an issue in your history, what would you demand that this developer do?
What would I demand?
Mhm.
First of all, I'd have him get together with the people in the area and show. And one of the things that if I were in that thing, I would demand is I would say, I want to see view corridors. What you've done here is you got cliffs and you got things up there. I can't see from one end to the other of this anything. You look at the other developments in the area, they have view corridors. They cherish that view and they create ways for it. They have open space that you can see over and through. And they have, amenities that way. I'd want to know that pool, I don't know that pool's going to house that many people or help that many people. I would want to know that they're not going to have overnight rentals in that area from that developer, because I know what overnight rentals are going to do to it. They're going to cause a problem for the whole area up there. And you know that as well, because you've seen it in your community. You know precisely what would happen from those.
Well, we as
So
a
I'd do
council,
those
yeah,
kinds of things. I would ask for details. I'd like to know what kind of foliage is going to go in. I want to know what colors on the buildings. I want to know how high the buildings are. I want to know the space between the buildings. I want to know the road sizes. I want all of those things clarified. That
Thank you.
help?
Yeah, thank
Yep.
you.
Drew, I have a few questions that I'd like to ask you.
One more, Gary.
Oh, sorry.
Come on up. My question, it's just, I'm just curious. Would you all be here if it was half of those lots were, if there were 50 lots instead of 99? I was just curious. I would have hoped you'd be here because we appreciate your interest in wanting to be here. So. Whatever. There's a big difference, but for tonight's purposes, there's not that big of a difference. We're discussing what we want to do with this property and this project.
So Drew, one of the reasons why I have the opinion I do of PUDs is I've seen renderings where there's a lot of open space or common space that's colored green, then ends up being the color of dirt with a few rocks spread throughout it. Is there any definition as to how the green colored open space is going to be landscaped?
Well, there is at this point not, but you have another. At least this one shows, and this is what they've given us.
This one shows a lot of umbrellas.
These shows me a lot of trees, for one thing.
I see a lot of trees.
But they'll probably be like, I would, if you were to ask me, it'd probably end up being like 90% of all our other developments, whether it be up in Green Springs all the way down to Stookie Farms. It's going to be a mix of grass. It's going to be a mix of crushed granite rock. It's going to be shrubbery, trees, patches of grass. Most of it will be like everybody else, even as you go up Green Springs Drive. It'll probably look a lot like what you see there. It's the best example to use in this case, at its worst case scenario of more gravel, shrubs, and few trees.
And how do I go about making sure that's a part of a condition of this PUD application?
That particular thing?
That there be some standard of landscaping expectation with any vote that I would make on this.
You could put that as a condition if you'd like. In this particular case, normal zoning conditions really aren't allowed. PUD, you can have the conditions you want.
Yep.
You can even at subdivision time, you could come and request a rendering of a specific plant thing if you wanted. Again, at that time, it's hard to have them invest that kind of money, as we've all been aware of, to go to a specific landscape plan. But I think at subdivision, it's not inappropriate to ask at that preliminary plat that you would like to see that. And you could even make that part of your condition, or you could want to see it before you approve this. It's at your discretion. But again, they could bring it back at the time of preliminary plat that you would want a detailed landscape. See it as a city council, and I don't think that's inappropriate at all because of the location of the particular area.
Can you point out to me on the map that you're showing there where this waterfall feature is proposed to exist? Or did I misunderstand something from the application?
I'm not sure. I better ask the applicant to come up and show where that's going to specifically be. Yeah, I'm not, did you read that where?
I'm sorry, I saw falls fell in a spot that's not. I assumed it was a waterfall, but it's not.
If I may add, we do propose a trail up the middle of the back of them lots there. Yeah, between 83 and 94, a walking trail behind them lots, connecting the north to the south. And then we will provide the appropriate landscape plans that we're required to at the subdivision stage also.
Do you propose any access to the open space?
As in, which open space are you talking
To the
about?
north?
Yeah, we've got an easement right there between lots, I believe 8 and 9.
That's okay. Do you have access with the management area?
There's no, we contacted the people for the preserve and they don't have any kind of trailhead that they need right there. They have it satisfied somewhere else. He had spoken. We turned the letter in with the application from them. So we've contacted the preserve and everybody else, and they have no interest in having access into there.
What is the concept as you've designed it so far of landscaping in the green shaded common
Green
areas?
shaded is to represent the area that'll be actually landscaped compared to the tan area, which will be left native. So it'll be your typical desert vegetation, your desert trees, and then your grassy patchy areas. Pretty typical throughout town. You know, a lot of people like grass right around their homes. It keeps it cooler. We can do a detailed, you know, typical front lot type elevation or drawing when we turn in for the subdivision. We're required to do detailed landscape plans anyways, so we could do like a typical front yard. You know what I mean? Which would show where the grass would be, the rocks would be, the sidewalks would be, etc. Now that'll change depending on each lot, depending on the actual home they build on there, obviously, footprint of the home. But then along the northern corridor, well, it's not called the northern corridor anymore, but that area right there, we're going to do kind of a berming type situation with boulders and grass. Keep that separation there without putting a wall up and blocking it off. We want to leave it open so when you're driving by, you can see into the community and it's not just your typical 6-foot concrete wall.
There will be retaining walls on the edges of the open space and the.
There will, where we need to have them to create the walkout basements and everything else. And the reason why we're doing that, we don't have to put a wall in there. We could grade down into that wash. We just don't want to disturb it. You know what I mean? If we don't have to disturb it, we don't want to disturb it. Building that wall gives us a good spot to stop the disturbance from the non-disturbance.
This drainage basin area that's kind of on the southeast corner of your map. Is the drainage off of this development flowing into the wash area, or is it going to be?
It's going to what we have labeled on there is Turtle Road. Oh, there it went. That northern road will go into the wash. Everything else will flow down to the southern cul-de-sac and go into the detention basin, and then it'll be held in there and then released into the wash. That detention basin will also, I don't know if you can see the pipes. They're kind of real light. You can see a pipe going from there out and a pipe hooking into the cul-de-sac there.
I can see that.
That detention basin will also handle some storm water from, which would be Washington Vista Phase 2, which would be directly to the left of there. So it kills two birds with one stone. We've took a lot of thought and effort into this plan. A lot of people here may oppose that, but the streets are laid out according to the topography. Everything sits in there. Everybody pretty much has a view. That's why we've left everything single story. We don't want to block the views just as much as everybody else, you know? So
One of the things I've observed is the visitor parking is very useful when it's located in the correct spot. This parking on the end of that cul-de-sac seems to be a little bit,
created that more for people that want to go down into the wash and enjoy the wash. So we've talked about even doing a chat type trail down there, nothing permanent, because if we get them heavy floods, it may wash away. But we want to create a walking area down in that wash. There's plenty of width down in there for that to happen. And we want people to be able to enjoy that. If you guys have been up there, it's beautiful.
would that wash be a point where the residents could have access to the open space to the north?
Wash, yeah, they could continue up north as far as they wanted to go.
This upper road heading to the west that just kind of ends at the boundary.
That's a connection that we got from the plan next to us that is approved. They have a stub road right there. I believe they actually show like a little roundabout turnaround right there. The city requested us to tie into there, create that access for fire and every other reason to have that.
So this would stub into the other development.
Correct, to create connectivity. We actually had that lower road connecting in also, but it didn't work with the approved plan, so we pulled it back and turned that lower one into a cul-de-sac.
I think that's all the questions I have, Mayor.
Thank you. Any other questions from the council, from the audience? Come on up.
My name is Mike Shern. I live in Silverstone 3. I just have a couple of clarification issues, I guess. This drawing here probably is talked to. My understanding is that the brown areas are pads. House would be built on. That's what the owner would own. And all of the green in a normal community would be my yard, is being counted as open space.
Correct. So I live in a straight zoned area here in the old part of town where we just build fences at property lines and
Right.
whatever's inside your fence is yours.
Right, right.
This
And in this
is-
case, that stuff that's inside your fence would be open space.
Here, there's
Common space.
There's not going to be fences. There's a few retaining walls in places, but yeah, the green space would be, it's owned by everybody.
Right. So I guess what I'm saying, if we want to try and get our heads around it here, the common space that one would normally be used to would be something outside his yard. It wouldn't, the distance between my house and the house 10 feet away is my lot and his lot. And it's not included in the calculations for open space. I mean, how much open space is there here that's not what would normally be a yard?
So this one provides 10.99 acres of what is defined as open space.
Right.
If
Yeah,
that's-
that'd be real helpful.
The actual city, the standard for the PD is that you cannot count the open space within 20 feet of the buildings. So the open space that is on there, the calculation is actually figured 20 feet behind the buildings and 20. So the yards in between where you're talking about is not counted as the open space. It is open space, but it's not counted in the calculation. It will be improved landscaping.
20 feet from the building. So none of the stuff around the buildings,
No.
buildings in the road, the buildings behind the road, and where the trail goes is counted as open space.
The trail is open space because it's further than the 20 feet. The whole pool area, the area above the cul-de-sac on the bottom, and the stuff down on the northern corridor is all
Can we
open
zoom
space.
in on that?
Yep.
Can we zoom in on the? I'm just trying to get a feeling for scale, because if it's 10 feet between the houses, I can see some areas where that.
And the whole
where
front
the trail-
yard.
Where the trails,
Oh, it's a narrow corridor.
it'd be real narrow. Okay, all right.
And
So,
you-
and that trail's gonna be like 15 feet from your back window, there's gonna be a trail and no fence.
About 20 feet. If you look at the front setback, it's 20. If you pull that off the back, it's 20 to 25.
All right.
But you are correct. When they go to sell a piece of property, what's going to be sold is the brown
Just the pad, just the pad. So you
some
don't
people
have any
like that.
yard that's yours.
Yeah, some people like that. I don't have any interest in it, but
Yeah.
I like to till things up and plant a few things.
Yeah.
and
Put a swing set.
I like to mow lawns all day Saturday for some reason.
Yeah. And the majority of what we see as green is actually not going to be green. It's going to be brown
Well,
desert
that was some
landscape.
of my questions.
Yeah,
Is what
okay.
what does green really look
Yeah.
like? Because we've
Okay.
had residents in the past. The one I'm remembering now is where folks came and bought lots and then came back and said, "Hey, we were shown this map when we were buying," and then what we have is some red rocks.
Yeah, right,
And so,
right.
yeah, I have an interest in understanding what's intended to be in the green space.
And then I guess my other comment as a resident in the area is that I really have a hard time with this density and the quality of home up there. The traffic is going to increase dramatically. And I know that they're not applying for rentals, but rentals will make it just unbelievable with people coming and going and not having a sense of community. We've got some people that rent in our neighborhood right now, and it's not nice having strangers coming and going all the time and never having anybody there that feels that they're part of the community. It's not good. And that's all I have to say.
Wayne Merrill in Silverstone 4, 772 West Essex Street. When I moved here in 2009, that area north of Silverstone 4 was a train wreck. Somebody went in there, took a cat, tore up all those hills, threw a bunch of supposedly plumbing sewer stuff and just left it. Now I understand financial difficulties when markets fail and things like that. I'm a businessman, I get it. How can we guarantee that's not going to happen here? How can we guarantee that they're not going to just, I mean, who, is this the same developer that's developing that north of Green Springs now?
I believe it's the same property owner.
Okay, are they the ones that went in there and tore that up and then couldn't move forward at the time?
I don't know for sure, but I believe the property ownership hasn't changed.
Okay, so how can we guarantee, because that was a mess. I mean, it really was a mess. How can we guarantee, how can we say, let's sell the lot you're already working on that you've been messing with for 10 years or however long before we even decide if we're going to rezone and do another one? Let's finish the one we've got tore up now before we do another one. Is there a way that that can be done?
We don't have a tool that allows us to guarantee that outcomes will occur. We have a number of things that are put in place to vet that these people are serious, that it's not just a pipe dream. The fee structure is part of that. The impact fee structure is part of that. We require that they go get professional help on drawing their maps and invest in the concepts. The downturn was a good example. There were all sorts of good ideas that didn't ever come to the guarantee phase.
Sure, I understand that.
And it's been painful, and we've worked through those. We had one right here downtown on Telegraph that was a good idea that
It didn't happen. I totally understand the financial
so
setbacks. I get that.
We don't have the ability to make a 100% guaranteed promise that what's presented will be able to be finished. Sometimes we've seen an idea will come and be presented, and then it'll be sold to another owner.
But can you say, we're not going to approve this until we see what's going on with the one you're already working on? Is that possible?
I'm sure someone could reach that conclusion, yes.
Okay, that's all, only question I had. Thank you.
If I may, to help kind of answer that, since that situation happened and that happened during the downtake of the economy, you know, around the 08, 07 time, Mike leaned over and says, we do have, as part of a grading permit, you do have to put up a restoration bond now. So any grading that you come in with that plan, there's also a restoration bond that is received at that time. So we can go in, if it's something happens, we can go in and at least flatten it back down through that bond. So just for your awareness on that.
Thank you. Anybody else? If not, I'll entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
Actually, already did, Mayor.
Did we?
We just kind of reopened it.
No, I don't think so.
Did we not close it?
What was that? Or the break in the action, and we mentioned it, but we didn't close it. But I definitely want to make sure everybody has the opportunity. I mean, this is your meeting. I know that's how you run your meetings. So when you're ready for a motion, I guess I can make it.
Anybody else?
Again, my name's Steve Crabtree. I've got some concerns that I hope that could be answered, and maybe it's right there on that drawing. It might be as simple as that. What about all the water from there? Because we're dealing with water issues within our HOAs. I don't need to get into that, but we've got some problems from there. And as I understand the water, without going into detail, that it's all got to come basically through Silverstone 3 and out and down the creek into the Virgin River. So what provisions other than that one pond is there? Is there a 100-year flood plan, or what can you tell me about that?
So this plan doesn't reflect the ordinance that exists regarding drainage and stormwater, but there's probably 100 pages of stormwater and drainage rules that they have to comply with. Those will provide things that these are public streets. There'll have to be storm drain existing within roadways that'll collect in those roadways, and then it's required that it be detained or held so that it doesn't just discharge straight into the floodway. Those rules dictate how large the detention area needs to be, depending on how the size of the property that's being developed. And so all of that, there's all sorts of detail that this council rarely gets into. Our staff people get into it every single day, and that's largely why we have those positions and people that have filled them, is to make sure that developers meet every single one of those requirements.
Well, as I understand it, maybe you can just a simple yes or no here without belaboring this thing any further. There are two detention ponds, A and B, they refer to them as, in the whole plot of that whole area up there. And everything has to go into there at some point in time, future developments and one other. Can we have any assurance then that that's being planned within these plans and developments from what you say through ordinances and things like that, that it's going to be done right and the waters are going to be handled in the future correctly, and we're not going to see floods and problems through some of these areas that would flow over and be a trouble into another area?
This council's never been willing to just promise no floods, because we
Yeah.
realize that's a little bit out of our control. You'll see staff has helped us make sure that that blue area is defined and set apart as.
How big is that area there approximately?
I don't know offhand. That's a good question.
Here's the man can tell us.
I can quickly answer your question for you. I'm showing on the map here, the blue area is their detention basin. This actually will not go into the basin A or B. This will actually detain and go directly to the wash.
And that's all been engineered to be adequate.
Well, we haven't got this. It's a draft study's been done. When they come with construction drawings, then everything will be engineered to handle the flows. So it won't go to those basins.
Okay, yes, thank you.
So tonight, sir, is just the zoning. They've not invested a ton of money into developing all that, because the risk is that they maybe don't get an approval tonight. The next phase is they still have to come before us yet again with final plats and more detailed drawings. And we get to take another crack at them at that phase on detailed things such as that. And staff also gets a lot deeper on their review once they're getting more detailed maps and drawings.
Understand. Thank you for.
All right. Nobody else will entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
Mayor, I'll make the motion to close the public hearing, but also thank the citizens for coming out and making it active and lively.
I'll second it.
Have a motion and a second.
Price and I.
Staley, aye.
Segmiller, aye.
All right. Move on to item D. Consideration to approve an ordinance approving zone change Z-15-13 to change present zone from R-1-10 to PUD.
Mayor, before any motion's made, there's still a few more questions I've forgotten to ask. I'd like to ask staff. Drew, or maybe Mike, because these are proposed to be public roads. And the drawing appears to represent this. Can I assume that there will be curb and gutter and sidewalk on both sides of that road? And that the 50-foot width is, does that include curb, gutter, sidewalk, or is that just between the curbs? 50-foot right away from the edge of the sidewalks.
Mike's got a bad back. I'm gonna give him it. What it is curb, gutter, sidewalk, and a foot on each side. At the back of the sidewalk is a 50-foot standard residential right of way.
Mayor, I do have another question for the applicant, but maybe you can answer it, Drew. The staff report mentions that there will be parking at each individual unit. This doesn't appear to reflect that parking. Can you describe to me how the individual unit parking will be handled?
There are 2-car garages at each unit,
And with a
and then there'll
driveway
be a driveway
within that
connected.
20-foot
It's
setback?
not showing on this because that'll come part of, it could have, but you can imagine the width, like any standard 2-car garage, there'll be a driveway that comes out right into the back of the sidewalk. And it's a minimum of 20 feet, and that's our requirement for any home. Have that, so you can end up with potentially the 4 parking stalls per unit.
Four would be 2 in the garage and 2
2
on the
outside.
driveway.
All right. Anything else, Councilman Nyson, Staley?
Just, did the developer or engineer have anything else to say? I have a couple of thoughts. As I listened to Mr. Belliston, I just reflected through some of the planned developments that we've seen come through recently. And I mentioned Brio, and so I opened up it was the design guidelines and standards that they presented to us at this point when they came asking for a planned development, which is essentially custom zoning. They're saying, we want to come to the council and we want to work with you to customize the zoning. When Brio came, and it's a larger development, but I appreciated the 222-page document, although I confess I didn't read the whole document, but I did scan through it and read a lot of it. But I just want to highlight some of the things that are in the table of contents because I think it points out some of the concerns that have been brought to this council tonight. And really the concern is, you know, density aside, is what is the finished product going to look like? So design guidelines and standards with the development agreement make sure that the city and the developer both understand what that finished product is going to look like, especially when we're dealing with custom zoning. So some of the topics or sections in this table of contents are the map of the existing site, and we've seen that. Specific site plan. Section 3 is design guidelines, and we've seen some pictures of homes. You know, looks like area homes that are put onto that one page. I have to look to see how many pages of design guidelines it has, but it details the way that the homes will be built and what it will look like when it's done. It details the grading conceptual plan. It details the utilities plan. It details the general landscape plan. It does a preliminary geology and soils report, the environmental reports, the site drainage plan, a traffic study. And again, this is a bigger development, so that's maybe more in depth than what a planned unit development would be. But to me, I think I still have more questions than answers than the 2 pieces of paper I see with this request for the zone change. My second point, I think, is just I'm having a hard time coming to terms with the dwelling units per acre. And I understand that some of that, you know, 10 plus acres may or may not be buildable. But to me, it seems like the request is coming to get more lots, higher density than you already have. And maybe you say, well, we're giving some things back with some amenities and different things. But as I look at it, I just don't think that this is an apples for apples trade. I think your current R110 zoning with the larger lot size versus what you're offering with the smaller pad sites and the higher density. I just don't think it's a fair trade for the city, especially with as many questions we have from the design guidelines. So I'm probably opposed to this at that point, but I'd like to hear what the rest of the council thinks before a motion's made.
I feel like it's not in harmony with the rest of the area. And I think a better plan could be presented to us.
I don't see anybody wanting to make any motion, Mayor. There's only 3 of the council here tonight.
I'll go ahead and make a motion. A motion to deny an ordinance approving zone change Z-15-13 to change present zone from R110 to PUD based on the lack of detail in the design guidelines and standards and lack of a sufficient plan. And also I have concerns with the density being higher than the current zoning. So for those 2 reasons, I make a motion to deny.
Councilman Staley, I'll second your motion. I will state that I have more discomfort with sending this back to straight zoning than I do. I'd rather work with the developer in a PUD status to get it out of straight zoning. And so I'm seconding your motion, but I also, I guess, letting the residents know that if that motion passes, it does just go back to regular R110 zoning. And the property owner has whatever rights are permitted under that zone.
I have a motion and a second.
Nice night.
Haley, aye.
Segmiller, nay.
Okay.
2 ayes, 1 nay. Because we only have 3 people.
Right.
Right now, you have got, with the three councils that apply here, you know, 3 to approve something to be proposed. Right now, you don't have an approval. But it wasn't a motion made to, the motion made was to deny, you only got 2 of them. You don't have to deny it, but you don't have an approval of it yet either, so you can still consider other motions.
And I'm not inclined to make a motion to approve as it's presented either. I'd like to come up with a motion that requires that they come back and work with us to address some concerns. I'd rather not send it back to straight zoning.
Oh, well, and I understand where you're coming from. I appreciate that. Maybe that's something that you can talk to the developer with now. I mean, we're in the meeting, we're dead. So if you want to discuss that with him, this is probably the time to do that. If you have any instruction that he would be,
Or we could
open to.
table it.
I've asked some pretty specific questions about things.
That's certainly something you can consider. You could consider tabling it, come back when you have even a fuller council, if nothing is approved. So if you don't got a 3 vote on something, it's in effect a denial because you can't have an approval in effect. It's not just tabled there forever until you get 3 votes. At the end of the day, if you don't have the 3 votes for something that's been made, it's in effect a denial.
Yeah, with only 3 council members, it's a tough road tonight.
And maybe we'll ask the developer, is this a PUD that you would like to modify and bring back to the council? Or would you rather have a denial and come back with straight zoning?
Now, is there specifically detail you'd like to see, Councilman? That kind of helps at least for us to be able to know what you're
And
looking
again,
for to help
I
them.
appreciate the detail. I would like design guidelines that address the landscaping, the size of the homes, the elevations of the homes, the landscape. A lot of those things I think could be developed. Now, does it have to be 222 pages? It doesn't have
Well,
to.
and we can't require them to do that. It's
But
different
I would
between the
like to
2.
see,
Yeah.
I would like to see some design guidelines and standards that could then be incorporated into a development agreement. That's the one concern. The other thing is, I really don't think we're having a fair trade on the density. So if they did want to come back, I would like to see something more consistent with the pad sizes or the dwelling units per acre based on what your existing zoning is. So I think right now you've got just where you're really using 21 of the 32 acres and you're putting up the 99 lots there. I'd like to see you more in that range of the 3 to 4 dwelling units per acre at a minimum. And maybe you consider more. Is this the market that we want to go for? Is this really the market that we want to go for with a lot of small homes? Or do we want to maybe take the approach that some of the other neighborhoods have up there, which is more of a value approach? And I don't know what your market is. You're the developer, I'm not, but I would like to see those. And I think they could be addressed. I think it's wisdom in what Councilman Sagler is saying, because, straight zoning is, you could come in with that and we'd be able to see how much of the land is usable with 10,000 square foot lots. Or you could come back with some changes to your plan development with larger pads and a more consistent dwelling unit per acre based on, open space aside.
Seeing that.
If I may, just make a comment.
You're gonna come up, Matt.
A lot of the reason that generated this rezone request in the PUD was directly to my west. My neighbors came to the city council and proposed a multi-unit PUD development. And so it makes it difficult on my end to come in and I think it changed my overall plan, because I think my plan probably would have been to stay with R110 if not for that move. And so I didn't really like the multi-unit concept of big buildings, so I thought it'd be much more harmonious with the view quarters and whatnot to propose something such as this with a single level for preserving the view corridors, but that would mesh well into what was going on to my west. And so that's really what drove this when they got the approval, that I felt like it was more harmonious. It was harmonious with what once that was allowed, that I would come in, and I made this submittal. So I actually acquired additional property from Sitla and then went on the lower end of the recommendation. And I think that's what Planning Commission, I actually got very positive comments from Planning Commission. I got unanimous approval. They were very happy because I think that they saw that I was addressing the issue, which is I have, fourplexes right next to me on my west, and I'm trying to get, I have the northern corridor, which I think is a good separation corridor, and I'm trying to feather in a product type that meshes with what City Council previously approved. And so that's why to this point I've gotten very favorable reviews from Planning Commission, from staff, because I'm trying to mesh something in there that works up there. And so I've tried to be sensitive to that. I could put more units in that wash and maintain that, kind of put retaining on that 30-foot wash and do a road crossing and stack more units on there. But I like the clustering. It preserves more open space. It preserves the wash. I intentionally didn't go on the upper end of the 4 units per acre. Went on, just slightly over 3 units per acre. So I tried to be sensitive to some of the needs, taking into account I do have fourplexes right next to me, and I'm happy to provide detail and whatnot. But I find it somewhat unfair to present something like this when I have fourplexes that were approved within the last 9 months next to me. I think I have to have some flexibility with the PUD to try to get a product type in there that is harmonious and that works and that kind of meshes all together. So I do feel like 99 is a reasonable unit count, and I'm happy to provide much more detail as far as landscaping, kind of some development agreement type issues and whatnot. I want to do this right, and I guess that's all I'd have to say. Thank
I
you.
appreciate that.
And
With the neighboring property, we did see quite a bit of detail with the elevations and with the style, and they are a higher end PUD, higher end product. So we did get more detail and maybe more density. I have to go back and look at it, but I know we worked them really hard on the density as well. I'd have to go back and look at the minutes to see exactly how that calculated out.
And one of the interesting things, if this were straight zoning, a good example is that buffer planting berm, if you will, along the northern corridor, or I should say Washington Parkway, wouldn't even happen. They'd be able to just bump it right up to that and have property lines and fences be there. And so there are benefits to the PUD. My detail requests would be along a number of these issues that I've asked questions about. I would like to see more definition and conditions placed on the PUD with the type of landscaping in the open space and how it would be landscaped and how it would look. I would want there to be a clarity that there would be a walking path in the desert part of the open space, and that there may be one or two access points where the citizens or the residents there could access it, and that alleviates my concern if we give people bonus density for open space that nobody accesses or uses. I want that to be usable space so that to help justify using it to get higher density in other places. I would like a little detail about the walking path that goes between those row of homes. Is it a paved path? How would it be landscaped? How would it look? I think that's an important part of this development that I think the residents will be happy to know, and I think I have an obligation to ask questions about. One other area that I would have a question on is, given that these are public streets, is there going to be a standard for on-street parking? Will you allow there to be parking along the sidewalks, or will you require that it be in driveways or in the parking areas? I would think that there should be a restriction on on-street parking. Lastly, I have a similar concern as to Councilman Staley that you could pull a few lots out of there and create a much better feel as far as spacing and not too tight a stacking, and still largely accomplish all of your goals as to the number of units you're going to produce. I think we could pull this back off of kind of the minimum spacing on some of those setbacks between the pads, and create a little space and allow there to be some air and some plantings and things that might not otherwise be possible with things stacked this tight.
Okay, with that, I change the motion.
I guess the question I have for the council is, do we want to try and craft a motion that includes some of these conditions? Do we want to table it and give the developer a chance to maybe bring back a subsequent rendering that addresses some of these? What does the council want us to do with it?
I think as far as tabling it too, we could get the two other councilmen. I'd like to hear their input on this too.
They may love this drawing like the planning commission and just push it through too.
Part of the problem with I think part of the problem with the PUD is typically on a zone change for a council, just under Utah law, you would have the right to, approve what the zone change was, approve with conditions or changes, or deny it. The issue we have with the PUD, the way it comes in, it's really kind of its own crafted zone. So to make modifications as part of the zone, that we'll approve it as long as this is done, makes it a little more difficult unless the actual applicant says, yeah, I'm good with that, because that's not actually what was applied for. So that makes it a little more difficult. If we were really close on something, like pulling one lot off or something, and everybody and developer and you all agreed with that kind of a modification could go. I have some difficulty putting too many. I'll make a motion, we'd approve this if you would do blank. I would say probably ask them to come back if that's where you were leaning towards anyway.
I think maybe to ask if they were to take some of these lots and show these homes that they've shown and shown the outline, how it fits on there, because you see the pictures of the homes. So we have that, and they'll be held to these.
It looks like they've just driven through some different neighborhoods and taken a quick
and
picture.
they may have, and that's
fine. But when we're comparing the Brennan piece to the west, we had detailed elevations. It had a specific style and feel to the development, and that was part of the design guideline. That was part of their case to the council for custom zoning in the planned development. So yes, I think in this area, it's such a unique and pretty area that I want something brought that's really, if we're going to have custom zoning, bring something that adds value to the community. And then I really think that if the developer will work with us on the density and with some design guidelines and standards that we can hold to with the development agreement, then I think the council will be willing to work with them. But I've got to get some feedback from the developer. At this point, it may be easiest to deny it and with an open door to work with staff to bring it back to us another time. It might be
it can go either way. Yeah, it can go either way. The one thing that would help is if they agree and if they want to come back and show more of the lot with that on it, change their elevation a little bit on here, maybe drop a few lots, whatever. But then it goes through the planning commission again and all that, where already been there, so to speak, with them. I think well, I don't know. I can work with them and try to bring back some of those things.
You're concerned that a denial would require it to go back to the planning commission.
I'm not worried about that. I'm just saying it's just time, and we've always been sensitive to people's denying would make it. Absolutely. They'd have to start all over with a proposal. And that's a possibility. There's nothing wrong with saying that. But I know the city and the council has always been sensitive for people have to go through so many hoops, but if we can still go through some hoops, but just not all the way back from scratch. They have somewhere to go to.
Well, I think the developer understands some of our concerns. I mean, it's really on to you at this point, what you're willing to do. Do you want to come back with some design guidelines and standards, with some concession on the density, or, I mean, what? Less lots, significantly less. Yeah. And like I said, I think to be consistent with what your current zoning is, I would back out the open space and want to see a dwelling unit per acre that's within a 3 to 4 unit range on the 21 acres. If you want a little input from where I stand, and I'm one of 3 tonight, 1 of 5 on most nights.
And council, if you were to go in that direction, this would be tabled. I would make it so it's a table specific night that you, based on what you would want to do, I suspect you probably, whatever got brought back, you'd want to be able to be open that back up to the public.
Yeah.
So that these that have been here, especially those that are so concerned about maybe not getting notice to be here, they're certainly going to want to be back to see what those changes are, make it for a specific date, and maybe even consider amending the previous closed public meeting if you're going to bring it back to open that back up again.
So you're saying the motion will need to mention there will also be a public hearing, or that it's just continued, the hearing itself is continued also?
Yeah, to make sure that's clear, that it would also be a modification of the previous closed meeting to reopen that, to be able to reopen that at the time when it comes back to retable. I mean, we'd have to be too archaic about this and make a separate motion on it.
Mayor, I'll make a motion. I know council's been quite involved, and a number of good ideas and interests have been shared. I think staff has a good understanding of what those are. My motion will include that the consideration to approve this PUD be tabled. And I would probably give the parties 4 weeks instead of just 2. Can you tell us what the next meeting date would be in 4 weeks?
Should be October. That's right. There's an extra Wednesday in September.
So it's going to be right on the deer hunt, October 14th. Okay.
Well, are you sure? It's going to be the second week, right? Or that's true, because I'm seeing, the month starts on Thursday.
Okay, Mayor, so I'll continue with my motion that the consideration to approve this PUD tonight will be tabled for further consideration at the regularly held meeting on Wednesday, October 14th. And my motion will also include that the public hearing, which was held tonight and closed by the council, will be continued until Wednesday, October 14th, at which time there will be additional opportunity for public input based on what is presented.
Sounds like a good motion.
I'll second it.
Okay, motion and a second.
Nice night.
Staley, aye.
Seg Miller, aye.
Okay, we'll table that. Everybody write that date down. Thank you very much. We're going to move on. Item E is a public hearing to consideration of a general plan amendment request G-15-03 to change designation from medium density to medium high density located approximately Telegraph Road and Bella Vista Drive. Applicant David Gardner.
Thank you, Mayor. As stated, it's a request for the general plan land use map amendment. The requested area covers 46.29 acres. The current land use designation is medium density residential. The applicant is seeking to have the land use designation changed to the medium high density residential. The dwelling units would then go from 4.5 to 5.5 dwelling units, and the proposal then would allow for 7 to 12 dwelling units per acre if approved. The request to amend this parcel is due to desire by the applicant for not only more dwelling units, but also a mix of use types. Future residential development at this location. The current surrounding general plan land use designations are medium density residential to the east and west, open space to the south, and community commercial to the north. The Planning Commission reviewed the request at their August 19th meeting, and the Planning Commission by a vote of 4-1 recommended approval of G-15-03 to amend the general plan land use map as outlined above in your report. And the map is the area. I think everybody's familiar with this particular area. It's at the bottom of the Bella Vista development, right down by the church on Telegraph, behind Bella Vista storage units. And so I'm glad to answer any questions the council might have for me on this proposal.
Yeah, Drew, how long ago was it that we master plan, or excuse me, general planned this parcel? Wasn't too many years ago, was it?
This one has been at the medium density from, I think, day one in 05. I haven't done a general plan change. We did do a little piece that the Turners bought, and that's that square that you see up in that right-hand corner. We redid that, and they expanded their recreational. I think that's the one you might be referring to. We did that area that the Turners bought to expand their recreational storage
It
area.
went from residential to commercial.
And we went from that, from medium density to the community commercial. Yep.
Okay.
That's what you're remembering.
So since the original general plan in 05, has anything changed in the surroundings to justify making this even higher density? Or I'm thinking all of the density that exists on its peripheral has been there, with the exception of probably Bella Vista to the south.
Right. And you can see how high the densities are, kind of in these projects on each side. And this, the medium density would look more like, say, Cotton Mill East across the street. That's a good example of what medium density is. I think both the developments on the side are definitely medium high, if not high density. Bella Vista itself is an R18. So again, that actually falls into medium density. So they're just wanting to bump it up and have a mixed use. I think their plan was, and again, it's to do a mix of single family homes, townhomes, and apartments, and do a whole development in there. And it would, currently it's zoned PUD, but it's a PUD you don't want to see happen. I think it was kind of unique for its time back when Washington was much smaller, and it was kind of a unique PUD that's existing there now. So
there is a PUD that's approved for this piece. I didn't realize that.
Yeah, it is.
Does the mixed use, does it have the ability to function within the medium density, or does it need medium high?
Oh, any PUD can go in, yeah, that's a good question. A PUD can go in any zone and any dwelling. It's just that they're held to whatever the standard on the density is, just like the one we just talked about. PUDs aren't specifically stated in your general plan or they'd put them in every single one of them. People just have to meet the densities that are within that same area. So yeah, a PUD could fit in medium density. It would just be less, the max would be 5.5 dwelling units versus 12.
So you keep saying PUD, and that's not before the council tonight.
No.
Tonight's just a question of general plan designation.
Yeah, they're
Sounds
just,
like in your interactions with the owners, that at some point we will have a PUD application where we'll get to.
I think that's the only way that they'll be able to accomplish what they want to do. Especially going to this. Well, they could come back and do an R3 zone, but they could do that. That would be a possibility. That would probably be their only two choices with land. The volume would be PUD or R3, but R3 is the multifamily straight. So
The high density projects on the east and west, are they zoned PUD or are they straight zoning?
they're both PUDs. They're old PUDs back before we had a lot of the requirements we do now.
Long before our general plan.
Yeah.
Going from a medium to a medium high, it doubles, doesn't it?
It does. Not on the low end, but on the high end, it definitely doubles.
What do you mean on the low end of the high end?
Well, the low end would be the 4.5, doubling it would be at 9. It actually, end up with 7. So
Is there any indication what the developer would like to do as far as, obviously if he's coming in for a land use designation change, and he's got some ideas with how he wants to develop out this property, do you know any information, or is the developer here to speak to that?
well, I hope they have a representative here. I think hopefully Mr. Gardner's here, but again, we don't have them show those things unless they
I
really want
understand.
to.
We don't want to get the cart before the horse. but,
Right, because then other people may think we've already approved it because they've seen it, and so it's just so we generally don't ask for those things at this point. So, but I'm sure I'd rather hear it from him than me anyway.
Well, maybe
so.
maybe the developer could come tell us why he's asking for this change, and maybe let those who are here in attendance, maybe he can let us know what anything he's done with the neighbors and what he's what kind of groundwork he's done, what his plans are.
I think that's very appropriate.
Run up.
My name's Dave Gardner, and I'm working with Kent Heidemann on this property. We have done probably 5 different concept plans for this property. But all of them generally have next to the PDs on the very north end, some townhomes, some twin homes. We did have a plan that had apartments. We've taken that out. It doesn't seem to work very well. And then after those 2 uses, what we have now is some smaller lots and then some regular sized lots that go to the south.
That south kind of chunk there.
Yeah.
It's probably your
Pointer.
higher valued lots. There's quite the view right there. So
Yeah,
my guess is
the
you're
view
planning-
gets to be great as you go up that hill. There's 77 acres in the property. We've calculated, not because of slope, because slope you can get more than what we calculated. We've calculated 43 acres or 44 acres of developable ground.
And what, are you sectioning the other 30 off?
Yeah, we'll keep it all together, and that will be a buffer between us and the development above us.
Okay.
And it's wide enough and
So the
situated
property-
in a way that we can run a trail through there.
The property lines would go up to the Bella Vista lines.
Yeah.
But you're choosing to create a buffer. basically
Yeah, we
along that
create a
slope.
buffer there, and then between that open space and the lots, we'll have large lots, 8,000 to 10,000. Some of them will be larger than that, just the way they lay out. So I haven't shown, I know the concept plan's been shown a little bit. I haven't shown it to anybody. We thought we would go through the general plan process And then typically what we do is we have several neighborhood meetings and show the neighbors what we want to do, try to answer their questions. That at least gets you an informed mad public rather than just a mad public. We haven't done that yet because
What's been the feedback? I mean, I know it was Horizons West to the west, and then there's a bit Bella Vista at Stone Mountain to the south. What's been the reception so far?
it's not been good. Nobody seems to want the property to be developed, and I understand that. But they haven't seen a plan yet either, and we haven't, all they've heard is the rumors.
A lot of times when you're dealing with land use, you deal with transitioning and buffering.
Yes.
If I have a certain size of lot, I want the guy next to me to at least be pretty darn close.
Yep.
Right? And then it might get smaller, and then it might transition into something else. In this case, I look to the south and I see some pretty nice homes up on the hill.
Yeah, very
Some
nice
pretty nice
homes.
view lots. So I come down off that hill. If I lived on the top there, I would want to see nicer, bigger sized lots at the base of that hill.
That's exactly what we have in the concept, in all of the concept plans that we work on.
If I lived in Horizon West, I would want something on the west side of Buena Vista Boulevard, or is it Bella Vista Boulevard? Or
Bella Vista.
Bella Vista Drive to be comparable to my home size and lot size. Is that?
Yes, we
Pardon?
have, those lots to the west of us are 3,000 square feet.
So
We
far,
would have
I'm-
6,000 square foot lots, but we would also restrict it to 1 story.
So I'm not sure what those neighbors would be upset about. So
Because
let's carve off the south and the west. And I feel like I'm making the case for you
No,
here.
yeah, you are.
You wanna trade me
but the
spots here
issue,
tonight, or?
the issue is development and the quality of development. There's always questions about whether
So-
this is going to be as nice as what
So we
they
take
have.
that cross street, and I kind of see what it's called here.
Bonnie Drive.
Bonnie
Bonnie
Lane.
Lane.
So
Bonnie
south
Lane,
of Bonnie Lane, you're telling me that
All lots.
your idea would be to have larger size lots comparable to those on the hill.
Yeah.
To the west.
West of Bella Vista
Drive, you're saying those
6,000
lots are
square foot
comparable.
lots.
So tell me what you see in that last section.
That's where we have.
Because one thing I see in that section, when I talk about buffering and transitioning, I see a storage yard for RVs and
Yes.
storage units. So at some point, this transition gets a little bit stark.
Yeah.
So when I look at back years ago, when I started with the planning commission, the concept was, what is the highest and best use of the property, right? That's what Mr. Ellerman, who I usually agree with, sometimes I disagree with, what we learned as we went through the process. What I'm seeing now is a pretty good transition if that's what the ultimate development is. I'm seeing on the west, it's comparable. I'm seeing on the south comparable, and I'm seeing potentially between Bonnie and Bella Vista, a nice transition to storage units.
Yeah, we're not planning storage units.
What are you planning there? Talk to us about that.
Townhomes. A townhome, 2-story townhome, probably 700 square foot on a floor, and then that same up above that, and some twin homes.
So I know your preliminaries, and I do the same thing to a lot of developers, but just give us an idea of how many lots or how many units, not lots, but how many units you envision on this piece.
The plan that I have right now is 216,
216. And it's 46 acres,
44 usable or buildable acres.
44 buildable acres, which I like because we talked about that in the last one.
You gotta remember, there's 30 acres along the hillside that's gonna.
Is all going to be an open space, and it'll be open space like it is
200 how
now.
many units?
216.
So if I take 216
It doesn't,
divided by 44
uh-huh,
acres,
comes out to be 5 units an acre,
4.9. Why are we even getting a land use change? You're already within,
because we have to get the change in order
Can you
to do the
explain it
higher
through?
density, but I'll let.
because we're within the parameter I calculate. Am I missing something? I'm probably missing something.
Well, you're not. We never did talk about unit numbers. You know, they've changed their plan quite a bit, as he stated. So, but sometimes zoning districts aren't allowed in certain general plan. You know, if he did want to go to an R3 for, say, these townhomes or twin homes or things like that, I don't have, if I keep it medium density, he only has a couple of options. He can do R18, he can do R16, or you can do the R2 zone.
Yeah.
You've-
I've
you've-
printed out on these
Yeah.
kind of nights.
So that's why you get limited to that. So if he wants to do, say, a townhome, he could then go into the PUD, but what we may end up being is all kinds of different zoning happening, which can be possible too.
Mr. Gardner, I've got a question or two. I appreciate you coming tonight. I'm kind of interested in this 30 acres that's not in pink right now. If this were just to go straight zoned or non-PUD, part of that slope is gentle enough that you could probably encroach the property
Yeah,
line.
yeah, you could.
And so does medium high allow you to kind of center stuff down lower and then create a space in the middle there that's of some value to the residents?
We could probably do what we want to do without changing the designation, except it limits me to the type of mixes that I would like to have. The critical part for us is doing the right type of townhome development next to the storage units. And then we have west of the townhome development, a twin home development. We think that product is a product that will move fairly quickly, and that will actually help sales of the lots. Now, we're going to have some amenities in the townhome area, a pool, clubhouse. We're not having the lots join in that amenity. We found over all experiences that just ends up being a fight amongst the homeowners later on. So,
So the
the amenities would be for the higher density
the
area.
homes, and especially these bigger ones on the south side, would be independent lots.
Right.
that would
So
build
the
their own
area
homes.
that you said in the pink.
Well, the
good-
pink is kind of the
That's the
general plan area.
developable area, yes. And then there's doesn't show our property ownership, but we actually go way over to 300 west.
300 east.
Excuse me, 300
And
east.
so that trail would go to 300 east?
Yep. And loop back around and back down through the high density area.
Okay.
So that the trail would be, I think, one of our best amenities.
Well, I'll tell you what I like about it is 300 east gets you down to a number of parks and then our kind of main river trail system as
Right.
well.
Gets down to the Virgin River Trail.
Well, it kind of
It
goes around
actually
the
is,
skirt of that
some of it
ridge.
is developable, but we're saying that it's not, it doesn't, yeah. Right.
And so right now, I guess you can kind of see them. Is that a dirt road, Drew? Some sort of.
That's a
path?
dirt road that runs through there, yeah.
And so the trail, I'm not saying it'd be in that exact spot, but it would come through that arm of the property.
And it will loop down
Access 300 east.
and come back, yeah.
It's good quail hunting right there back in 1980. 1982. That's right.
So what I can commit to you tonight, if you decide to let us go ahead, is that before we come back to you, we will have had neighborhood meetings with the Bella Vista Group and the people to the west of us. We'll meet with the property owners of the storage units. We're not going to be able to satisfy everybody, but we will meet with them, like I say, and make sure that they understand what we're proposing. We have no opposition to proffering a development agreement between the city and us, tying down all the details I set through the previous hearing. So we can do a landscape plan that ties down type, size, and locations of the plants. We can do elevations that pick the building materials, the look, all of those kind of things. So it would be this type of things we would go to the neighborhood meeting with.
And at the general plan phase, we usually don't require that.
No.
You did have the luxury of sitting through a long discussion about those details. So I'm sure they're on the top of your mind. Is there a public hearing for this? Yeah, okay.
Maybe before we, but I have a question for Drew. I have a question for you.
We'll get you in just a second, sir, okay?
As you look at this entire piece, we talked a little bit about the property south of Bonnie and the property west of Bella Vista. Would what he's talking about require a land use designation change for the entire piece? Or could it be accomplished with a portion of that being designated medium high density and leaving the rest medium density? let's say he comes back with a plan development for the entire piece, but part of that is general plan medium and part of it is general plan medium high. Is that a viable option that might work for what they're talking about as they transition from the homes on the hill, as they transition from the homes on Horizon West, all the way to storage units and
Yeah, very viable to keep it where it has that limit. And
does
it's
that,
because
does
it
that
just
work to
limits
have
the,
the two separate designations? All it does for me is that it would give me some confidence or maybe some reassurance that if for some reason this didn't go through or the property changed hands, then I really think that it's more appropriate to have the larger lots on the south and the west and the smaller on the north of Bonnie and adjacent to the commercial and the storage units.
right.
Could that work for maybe what your understanding is of what they may be planning?
Well, I hope so. I think they're still mulling over their plans, what's going to be best for them. And again,
But
we
you would
don't,
take all of that into consideration as they bring it back and get their dwelling units per acre.
well, I could, but if we make the zone change, we're kind of, I mean, the general plan amendment, it's like we've talked about with zone changes. Once we give them that R18,
Well, that's
even though they promised
that's
us,
why I'm talking about giving a portion of it, but not giving the other portion of it that's adjacent to the homes, really. And then my question is, based on what you're seeing and what Mr. Gardner's telling us, could it work for the other things that transition towards the commercial? And
yeah,
storage?
the biggest worry I have with probably anything he does is the single family homes. So we're not, handcuffed. And if those homes, if he's saying that's where all those homes are going to be along the foothill, we could leave that medium density. And then you want to come back and say so many feet above this line,
I would almost just take the
Bonnie Lane, you're saying.
the northeast quadrant from Bonnie and Bella, if that might work for what.
And leaving, so you're saying if we do the Bonnie up to where Bella Vista's new road comes around, leaving that medium density? Is that what I'm?
Leaving everything here and here, considering medium high here as the transition, because I'm worried about the homeowners here and here. But I think as you transition really hard, really steep into this, so I think some other types of properties might be appropriate there.
So I think Horizon West is,
Yeah, I want to make one comment and then the engineer needs to make a comment. The area west of Bella Vista, that area, we want to do 6,000 square foot lots, is what I mentioned before. The ones west of us are on 3,000.
In Horizon
6,000
West.
square foot's bigger than what we have in Horizon.
Yeah, but I don't think I can do 6,000 square foot lots without it
Oh, I see
being
what you're saying, yeah.
medium.
That's medium density is 6,000 square foot.
Oh, is it? Okay. I'm corrected. Thank you. But
My feeling is we can kind of carve up the general plan with medium high, or we can work with the developer like we suggested on the previous application. Bring your PUD. We'll have some input as to where we think it should be feathered, where it should be kind of transitioned in. I think the developer understands a number of Councilman Staley's good points of kind of where the dividing lines would be for that transitioning. But it seems like he'd have better ability to plan that way if it were just one general plan designation.
Brandy Walker, Bush and Gudgel, representing for the engineer. I understand where you're going, Councilman Staley, but I do want to point out that we don't want to make Bonnie that hard without having a design in place. It's really scary because then we have to come to Drew and be like, are we crossing the line? Because our roads, hopefully they're a little curved and linear, a little interesting, not just straight. But the south of Bonnie, where you abut the cutout, is storage units. And then Ridge Point, that the world mark, the RV, is tight, really tight density. So there again, we kind of want to buffer that as well from the single family lots.
I guess when just kind of talking a little bit off the cuff, when you're talking about 230 units on the 46 acres of developable land, that really kind of fits within the current designation. But what I would worry that if you went to the medium high and this development didn't go through something else, then we might be bound to go something with much higher So that was my reasoning to say maybe it makes sense to carve it up, to give some reassurances in those other areas.
Yeah, because they may need certain areas to be higher than the 5 point whatever, and it comes out to that, parts of it could be.
Part of how they can
That's-
give good spacing and transitioning to the south
Right.
is that they've got a little higher density up to the north. So those relate back and forth. Correct. If it was straight medium, and I haven't been in engineering, but being able to do tighter usage up next to the storage units, is probably what it's probably what facilitates the ability to have good, kind of lot size and level south.
Yep.
Anything else, Mr. Gardner? Kent, did you want to, you just up for? Okay. All right, this is a public hearing. Folks, we welcome any public comment. Come on up, state your name and.
My name is David Garner. I live in Horizons West. I would hope that plans for higher development or more population would not be using Horizons West as a guideline. Horizons West is 18 to 25 years old. And the city ought to be looking at the future, not the past. So maybe something a little nicer than Horizons West would be apropos. I have another couple of concerns. We have already an issue with groundwater. It's subterranean and it comes up in some of the homes in Horizons West. Fairly serious. I would suggest that as you're planning development, and by the way, planned development is part of the future. I have no objection to that. We have to look ahead, but we ought to be careful about disturbing underground water systems such that we don't cause more problems than we've already got, maybe even solve some. Another issue, Telegraph is getting to be a very busy street. This development, it will increase the impact on that street, and I would hope that some thought would be given to the exit and entry lanes on Telegraph Street rather than have to jump out into the traffic. Have communities both to the east and to the west of older people. Some of them shouldn't be driving. But nevertheless, age catches up with everybody, and some of them have been there for 15, 20 years, and they then were good drivers. One other issue. Just to the east of you, not only is there a storage area, but there's a trailer park. Those park models have been developed to about 800 feet. And so I would hope that we can not build something less than 800 feet because those aren't very big places. I've been in many of them. I have reason to know a lot of people there. Our homes in Horizons West will range between about 3,800 to 5,000 feet. So let's look ahead and build something that's going to be nice for the future. Property to the north where the sod farm is and everything, future says that there's going to be homes there someday probably. Maybe that storage or that, the storage units, maybe they'll be homes someday too. So let's be farsighted in the planning and not build something that we'd be sorry about in another 15, 20 years.
Thank you, Mr. Gardner. You guys related?
No, I'm not.
You're welcome to speak, but my name is Ron Romney. I'm on the board of the HOA of Bella Vista. And I have just a number of questions about this, this whole process. I've heard, as it's been discussed tonight, that there was supposed to be notification of the of surrounding homeowners, those that live within 300 feet. And there has been no such notification to us. The property line you can see there belongs to Bella Vista, and they're abutting that, and we've had no notification whatsoever. Apparently this has gone before the Planning Commission and it was indicated 4-1 vote, and we were never notified of that. I'd like to see if the minutes reflect any public comment for the Planning Commission.
I'm gonna first ask Drew, do general plan changes require notice as well? Okay, so
It looks like it's not quite 300 feet up to where their homes are from. I'm just looking at the, I don't think you're 300 feet. I see this is 300 here. I don't think you're 300 in the home. So.
But the property of Bella Vista goes down slope from where the homes are.
Is it the development or is it the property owner? And this is by state statute. So we haven't addressed an ordinance to make it more restrictive, or actually, I wouldn't say restrictive, maybe more inclusive to owner. And I think the point's well taken from you and from others tonight that we should address that. But how does that work with the notification?
Any area being, there has to be an exhibit or a legal description for an area being asked, whatever it may be, on a zone change or general plan amendment. From that, the applicant is told to go to the county recorder's office or through a title company. That's the only two options they have, to go 300 feet beyond the border of what they're asking to change.
So in this case, there would have been houses in Horizons West that are clearly within 300 feet of the border. The Nyson home is probably, the Den Properties property owner would have required a notice. The Turner properties are clearly within 300 feet. And then to the one to the east, Ridge Point would also
Some
have
owners in Ridge
some
Point.
owners.
Ridge Point and also the other development, Winter Haven would have at that point gotten everybody, ownership there. Would have
So it's
gotten notification.
residential homes.
Any property owner, it doesn't say it.
How would they notify, like, if it's common area that goes down, and how would they notify?
Well, it's still owned by somebody.
So there should have been a notification to whoever maybe the resident agent is, or the HOA or whatever.
Yeah, we can show you the list was given us. That's not difficult to do. We keep a record of that.
You require the list, correct?
Right, and if the applicant messed it up, then they have to start all over again. So that's all it comes down to.
Horizons West was notified.
Well, okay, I can't address that. The only thing that I know is that by the plat maps that we have seen as owners in Bella Vista, the property of Bella Vista, and we're told that it's our responsibility, goes halfway down that slope. And so that would clearly be within 300 feet of, it's not within 300 feet of a home, but it's within 300 feet of the property line that belongs to Bella Vista. And we received no notification. My feeling is that this whole zoning change thing is premature, because we don't know anything about truly specifics about what the developer is planning. We've heard a lot of things, heard here tonight that it's changed 2 or 3 times already over what they did. I received about 20 minutes before the meeting a preliminary plan, which is the first one that I've ever seen, and it shows high-rise buildings. It shows probably, if I read it correctly, an addition of about 600 vehicles in this area. If there are high-rise apartment houses there, that's going to cause a massive traffic jam in this area. So, and I think your point is well taken, that the 200 and so proposed units, which is not what's shown here, there's 106 lots that would be units in addition to townhomes and high-rise buildings, which certainly come up to be more than 206. And so until we can see more specifically what is planned, I agree with your comment that 206 units fits within the way it's zoned now, and I don't see a reason for a change.
So just a little bit on the process. We're not at the zone change yet. The hearing that you saw previously had already dealt with general planning and zoning. And so we're at the point where the city council periodically makes these general plans for open spaces of what we think is the appropriate use for that area. And then as development occurs, probably more common than not, it's usually coming to ask us to modify that a little bit. And so right now it's general planned medium density. Let's say that we leave tonight and we leave it at medium density. The next step for the developer would be to then bring a zoning application or a PUD application, where then we would do similar to what we did previously on the other applicant. We would get more into the specifics. And so we're able to ask some questions at the general plan phase, but the law doesn't allow us to require or exact perfect definition. Essentially, it's a policy question of, given what the area is that we're looking at and the surrounding uses, what's the right usage of that space? And then the council would make a decision, and then there'd be a subsequent application with subsequent public hearings and notices to determine the zoning designation, or whether it's a planned development or whatever it would be.
If you approve a change in the zoning from medium density to medium high density this evening, that means that they can build up to 8 or 9 units per acre.
Well,
Is that
no,
correct?
That's just a general plan designation. That means they could then, so the general plan designation, what dictates what zone they get to ask for at a later phase. Yeah, and so right now it's medium designation for the general plan. And if we left that tonight, they could come back next week and ask for a number of different zones. And Drew's good at listing them off because he does it all day. R1, R2. And then if we changed it to a medium high designation tonight, there would be, I think, 1 or 2 other designations of zoning that they will be able to come and request at a later date. And then we would have the same type of hearing that we had previously, where we get to discuss and try and fit that to what we think fits the area. But tonight is really just from a big picture on a general plan, where we're just trying to say this property is good for this or not. We're trying to just give it a designation. The designation then flows into staff. It will tell them, because it's designated X, you can ask for these 3 options. And so the zoning isn't tonight. Tonight's just the general plan designation. Now, you're absolutely correct. That designation relates to certain things that they can or can't ask for.
Your agenda here says, okay, general plan. What's the difference between a general plan request and a zoning request?
That's a good question. The general plan is a plan that we made. We try to go and have meetings and confer with the property owners and the citizens, but it's a plan that we made based off of what we liked. A zone is the property owner gets to come and say, your laws allow X, Y, and Z. We want to take advantage of X and Y, and here's our application. So they get to ask for it, and then they get to define what it's going to be. And then it's specific, and there's vested rights in zoning. General plan is more of what we've kind of said, we think this is a good fit for our community. And then, like I said, frequently developers come back and say, you know, this works here, or this doesn't work there. But general plan is something that we've designated, not what they've approved, applied for, and been given approval. We had a vote to just accept and approve our general plan, but there was no application by any of the property owners. We had some public meetings and tried to have some town hall type input, but by and large, it was the product of a committee that met with a couple of city council members, some staff, and some residents, and they did their best to just try and generalize what would be good general uses of these open spaces.
Mm-hmm. So you think that high-rise apartment buildings in this particular area would be an appropriate use for this property?
I do not. I haven't heard any application for high-rise apartments tonight. What I've been told is that there wouldn't be apartments. There would be 2-story twin homes and such. My concern is putting residential against storage areas and against trailer parks, there's got to be some form of a use that can house citizens and residents that want to live here. But that you're going to have a hard time building homes of the same value and the same size that are up on Bella Vista next to a storage unit or next to a trailer park. And
Absolutely.
So I think a wise development would allow the developer to have the ability or the flexibility to create some transitioning.
So explain to me then why changing the general plan to medium-high density improves the situation over what it is now.
What I'm looking at right now is if we took the 70 at medium density, which it's already at, they could put much smaller lots along those southern viewpoints and much smaller lots along everything that buffers with Bella Vista. And there's not a lot we can do about that because they've already got medium density for the whole acreage. If we have a discussion tonight and we understand that they're asking for medium high on the promise that there's going to be big lots and spacing, so there's good buffering, and they come back and say, hey, we want apartments along the south, I can guarantee you they're going to get voted down. They're going to get rejected. But if giving them medium high gives them the opportunity to build some zoning and transitioning so that along the south, the properties that are built are more consistent with what's already there, I think it's a win for the existing citizens and also for the city to be able to have some conformity and some transitioning as opposed to just smack and straight medium density across the entire acreage. Now, there's a degree of promising going here, and I need to have a good memory so that when their zone application comes back and we're seeing plans, I have to remember, hey, these guys led me to believe that there's going to be some bigger lots and some nice spacing and transitioning, and hopefully I have that memory.
And that's one of the reasons why I kind of asked about an idea on the dwelling units per acre, and I've done that consistently. Because while the medium high density may give them additional flexibility within the zoning, what I'm seeing is that the dwelling units per acre would still most likely be more consistent with the current designation, which is medium density, because you'd have the larger lots to the south, to the west, and the smaller as you transition up. I guess that's why I tend to like the idea of working with the developer on this one.
When do we as neighbors of the development get our input about what we think the developer is going to do?
There's three steps. There's three steps. General plan, and I'm glad you're here. Zone or PUD request, and then final plat. All three of those steps require that the developer come here and present their information, present diagrams and drawings. We get to ask them questions, and I like to nitpick them about road names. We get to nitpick them, but they're required to come here and go through that process 3 times. And so this is the first step of that 3-step process.
Okay, I'll ask the question one more time, and maybe you can explain it to me again. How changing it to medium-high density changes anything tonight? I don't see that, except that it allows them to, on the entire property, to move the density up over what it is now.
Yeah. To me, what I'm looking at is if we weren't going to change it, we wouldn't even be here talking about spacing or transitioning or trying to make it feel like it fits into the surroundings. We would be here with their PUD, and they would have a drawing of what they wanted to go in there and how they wanted to maximize the space. And so I appreciate the dialogue and the discourse, and I want every opportunity I can get to help developers understand of what I think is a good fit, so that hopefully when they bring me the diagrams and the maps, that it reflects that a little bit. And so to me, the alternative is we don't even have this discussion. They show up with a zone change or a PUD request, and the maps are what they are.
Mm-hmm.
So as a part of some of that transitioning, if I understand it too, and if I understand your question, as part of some of the transitioning that's being discussed with the potential of across that whole property transitioning, there's certain areas that they can't ask for a specific zone on that, you're right, may increase the density in one of the specific areas, but without the change in the general plan, they can't even ask for that. So you don't have as much transitioning, but if it's changed that, they can actually request at least 1 or 2, possibly more zones that would allow for. But what this council is saying is, what they're looking at even though that may allow a higher density in one area, that's what they're anticipating all that would come in and ask for, because they're seeing this as a transition all the way across, and they don't get that unless there's a couple of spots that they could maybe get higher density. Am I getting that kind of right?
I understand it. To get the bigger, better space lots along the borders, they need the medium-high designation up near the trailer parking areas. And so the reason why it's a value, from what I'm seeing, from my perspective as an advocate for the residents, is the residents I know want the bigger space lots and the better spacing and the better homes that would be a border to what they're looking at every day. And the way we accomplish that is by giving them a medium-high designation that allows them to put higher density up along those borders that they wouldn't be able to get in the medium density.
Where did this drawing come into effect? Was this presented to the planning commission?
No, that was not presented to the planning commission. That was something that was handed to me, and I handed it to you before the meeting.
And I've never seen that. And that wasn't in
My
our packet.
understanding is that the landowner has, or the applicant or whoever has met with some of the surrounding properties and had community meetings. So I shared that with you thinking that it was probably common knowledge with everybody because it ended up in my hands. But we're not at that phase yet. Does it help? Yeah, I like to vet and find out. I mean, you can ask some of the engineers that have come before. I like to try to get an idea of why are you asking for a general plan change? Because I like to have an idea of what's your ultimate goal with this. Without an idea, I'm a lot less inclined to work with the developer. So I shared that with you, thinking that with the understanding that the applicant had met with homeowners in the surrounding developers, and that maybe some of those conceptual plans were common knowledge.
Well,
Yeah, it ended up in my hands. So
okay, well, that's fine. It's curious that that no one from the Bella Vista subdivision was notified. We heard about this meeting at about 3 o'clock this afternoon by an email from our management company.
and maybe the applicant can talk to what interactions they've had with the neighboring communities. I don't know. That was my understanding, and that's why I passed that along to you, Mr. Romney.
Okay.
You, Mr. Romney, would you rather we just leave it at medium density and not exact some promises out of them, or would you rather that we get some promises and try and make some concessions?
Well, certainly, we would like to have, we would like to know what's going to happen there before anything happens. Absolutely. Yes. We'd like to see a plan. I don't know how this general plan designation functions in that, in that whole thing. From what you told me, it appears that there would be some advantage to us for having that. But then again, I'm not sure of that because I'm not conversant in these kind of issues.
Yeah, I think maybe the trailer park, or not the trailer park, the storage unit place may disagree with the medium high density. Maybe they don't want the twin homes next to them. I don't know what their long-term plans are, but from my perception, to get the bigger, more spacious lots on the south is definitely a concession I would feel pretty proud to get, especially for the residents that I know up on Bella Vista.
If we have that concession and we have that promise, then we would be more amenable, I think, to that designation.
Yeah, and at this phase, we don't get to put conditions on it. We're just amending the general plan. These council members would have the memory of that at the next phase where we do get to put conditions on things.
How many of you council members will be back after the elections?
Only one of these.
I know one that will not.
Only one of these is guaranteed not to be here. So Councilman Nyson and I have 2 years until we're up. Councilman Staley's not running again.
Mm-hmm. Well, okay, I said my piece, but there's some other people here, I'm sure, that have something to say too.
Thank you.
Just quickly, I tried to be a little bit proactive and talk to your homeowners association president and gave him that map. We had quite a discussion with it. That was over a month ago. Gary Whitney. Well, I guess I misunderstood that. Stood that. I'm sorry. I was trying to be proactive and let you know. Was it good? I hope so. Okay. And we'll gladly meet with you. I met with the people from Horizons West. I should address the group here. And they actually made some suggestions to us that we liked. And I thought it improved the product that we're bringing, that we've got here, that it is evolving from those suggestions they made. And we'll gladly meet with you.
You'll need to come up here, sir. Thank you.
This is way too early. Bella Vista is still under development. Steve Spears. Bella Vista is still under development. We're in phase 3 of 4 phases. Fourth phase is supposed to be much more luxurious than we are. And they are on.
They're on the eastern higher end. Yeah, you'll see a dirt road coming off to the right.
There's the gray.
Yep.
They really have the view below. Okay. So it's difficult without including our developer in the conversation. To know how receptive they would be, and the impact that might have on what they plan for that fourth phase. Because those, there will be home sites that will be right, basically within 100, 200 yards of what could be, small homes or big homes, depending on what they come up with. Okay. That's the only point that I want to make.
I think your developer's avoiding us because we've been trying to get him to build that road and he's not. And I'm just teasing, by the way. We know that that's a condition of the fourth phase.
Shalina Reggie. Surprised you couldn't spell that. Hi, Pat. How are you? I'm Shalina Reggie, and I'm on the board of Bella Vista. There's 2 owners that are on the board, and the rest of it are the developers. So I will give you my information so you can get a hold of me whenever you have a meeting. And I appreciate you including us in on this because, our road Bella Vista that goes up to our neighborhood is going to be impacted greatly by what's built down there. And so I'm just going to kind of count on you to keep in mind our neighborhood. I know my husband and myself, that's our retirement home. And so we're not able to take what we have down there and just pick up and move because it's awful and it's depreciated our value. So I just really want to impress on you how important it is for us and to you too, to have something that's beautiful up there so that it can keep the value of our property up. I will give you that information right now and look forward to you calling me. And that's pretty much all I have to say. I understand your definition of the high density and the medium high density. So whatever works for us, I'm fine with. I'm a little bit concerned about the traffic going out onto Bella Vista, adding,
You do a left turn on Telegraph probably every day, don't you?
yeah. Oh, yeah.
How bad is that now? I've done it a couple times.
It depends on what time of day it is and if it's a weekend. It just kind of depends. But when you're adding, potentially 200 more homes, that's 400 more cars all going out onto that one street to try to get in and out. That's quite a bit more traffic. And who's to say what's going to be on the area that's in front of that, closer to the Telegraph on the corner there. I don't know what's going to end up going on that. If that's going to be something where there's a lot more traffic. So that is kind of a concern. So, when you're thinking about that, if you can think about that as well, us being able to get on and off of the street. Yeah. Okay.
And most of that's not traffic coming up here. It's traffic going east and west. That's just the nature of the busyness of the road already.
Gayla Donson. I hear about you all the time, so I recognize the name.
Only in Washington City where you get that. Awesome.
I'm Mary Spears, and I have a question about the zoning of the property between purchased property and Telegraph Road. What's the zoning on that area? Next to the Nyson house and then over,
So you've got the Nyson House piece, which I think includes that whole square there
right?
on the west side of Bella Vista. And then the one to the right is zoned commercial. There was a few years back a proposed bike shop there. And I think there's been a number of ideas that have never really come to fruition. But
Okay.
it's zoned commercial. I think Nyson is actually commercial too. It's just being used for residential. Is that correct, Drew? Yeah, so it's also a commercial.
It's
even though
commercial
it's-
as well.
Even though it's under residential use.
Okay, then also, if we send the zoning to high density and the situation doesn't come to fruition, does that property still remain at high density?
That's a good question.
And then that's a problem we have with it remains at high density. We're going to have even more congestion and more of what we really don't want.
Yeah, that's a point that Councilman Staley made well, which is once we change the designation, it is what it is, and this developer could choose not to pursue the project, but another one could come in
And we could have all high rises.
Yeah, that's why I was asking about leaving the property to the south and the west at medium density.
Right.
Potentially just
Yeah,
changing the designation on the property.
but he has to have that in order to get the whole
Well, I
situation taken
still
care of.
kind of unsure whether or not he could do the development with a portion of it medium high, because I would too kind of like the assurances that
No,
you
we
have
would
at least
too.
medium density on the south side.
Right.
Because you just never know what might happen.
Yeah, I like the idea of the townhouses to block out those situations over here because that makes that a nicer look to
Yeah,
it
it
coming in and
transitions
going
and
out.
Softens that.
Right. And how and how it blend with whatever commercial property is going to be on the end too as well.
And I guess the trade-off for that, as Councilman Sigmler said, is by potentially having some of the smaller units there, they're able to build bigger units to the south.
Right.
Transitions then to the
Because of
west.
that's the situation for the different density.
And the zonings are only available within certain designations.
Can the zoning be rezoned?
It could be. I mean, if for example, it changed, I don't know if that's a condition you could put on, but if this, I guess there, once you have this designation, it's kind of there. I mean, although we have gone back and changed one. I know. I could remember one that
You
we've
change
changed.
it one way, why can't you
We've
change
changed
it the
it
other way? I
back.
mean, that
There's
doesn't
one
make
that we
sense.
changed and changed back.
We've had one in the field
And we
that's
would,
been like,
we would do that as a city, as the applicant to do it. Putting a condition that it's going to revert back.
That's
if
not
something
really a
happened,
condition.
It's
that-
really troublesome for me.
Well, on a PUD,
Yeah.
but just so you know, our PUD ordinance, if they went that route, would if they did nothing in 18 months, it reverts back to what it was.
yeah, the PUDs expire.
Yeah, if a PUD, like I say, they don't pull a permit, they don't do anything on it. They have 18 months to get it going. And then if they don't, it gets kicked back to what it was before.
Okay, and so do I understand this is PUD property when it's got, even when it goes to high density still? Is that correct?
Sorry, ask that again.
Okay, the area that's been purchased, it was a PUD, but you're going to change it to high density. It's still a PUD? Of high density. So then that property maintenance and whatever is going to be taken care of, like we discussed and you discussed in the last, was in great detail about landscaping and everything. It still has to be taken care of and maintained as well. Okay. 'Cause an entrance in would be important to us as well.
And we'd like to see those guidelines if that's the route they go.
Right.
They could try to go for a straight zoning, but the PUD route, then they would have
If they do the
to
PUD
show
right.
us what do you intend to do, and then there's more public comment at that point.
Come on up.
I have one question. Not Jim or Reggie, you can spell it the same. You know, on you got that one little piece of property that's landlocked in there between the storage facilities and stuff, but there's a dirt road that goes down through there. Is that usable? I mean,
Are you
my
talking
concern
about
is,
the square or the little?
yeah,
the
see,
little-
I mean, that leaves that place,
So there is a dirt road that exists right now.
yeah, because that's, I run up and down there, so.
And-
But I wonder, my concern is that if something happens to that little one road, then we're all locked in there, and we're going to put an additional 100 houses in Bella Vista, plus the 270 that they're planning. I mean, that's a lot of traffic moving out to Bella Vista. And I can't understand how this guy can be landlocked in there. How can he be?
So that chunk actually now connects to the storage of the RV storage north of it. So he
Yes.
accesses it all. It's common
Oh,
ownership.
oh, so he gets through his
He
own
gets
property.
through his own piece. But as we've dealt with the Bella Vista plats, we've talked about that other road a number of times. And even Bella Vista, we put a condition on their final plat approval that they have to put that second access road in.
Well, I mean,
And
that's pretty
so
common, though. I
that
mean,
is
everybody
common.
should have two accesses.
Well, it's required.
Yeah.
And so we've talked about that other road though. The challenge we have is it doesn't necessarily connect to the same ownership, but I know the council would love to see that become a more improved access road as well.
Because, yeah, that throws a lot of traffic coming
Into
in
that
this
one
way, and it would
space.
be more convenient for this. half
Well,
to-
and in the future, let's say if we're talking signal points on the Telegraph, if you look at that intersection, that may be the better signal point someday for a light than the other one.
Then it would leave people the option, well, I can go this way to
And-
hit the signal, or I could try it
And the
this way.
reason why is you look at what goes north, there's a lot of traffic on the north part of that road as well. What happens with the turf farm and those other lots, there's still a lot of development. So that may end up being the best spot for a stoplight, better than your driveway right now.
And I do appreciate the police, because they do sit there and slow that traffic down, because if they didn't slow it down, we'd never get in there. So
They've nabbed me 2 or 3 times right there. I took a different route to work.
Sorry about that part of it, but thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay. You sure? It's only 9:30. Yeah. Any other questions for council? Anybody? Okay. Hello, I'm going to entertain a motion to close this public hearing.
Mayor, I'll make the motion that we close the public hearing.
I'll second it.
All right, thank you.
Nice night.
Staley, aye.
Seg Miller, aye.
Okay, move on to item F, consideration to approve an ordinance adopting general plan amendment G-15-03 to change designation from MD to MHD.
So as I look at this, I'm trying to see it from all angles. I tend to see more pros than cons. I like the idea of the larger lots on the south. With the concession that you have maybe some smaller, higher density to the north, and that it's a good transition to the west. Really, my only concern is if for some reason this developer is not able to do this, then we've got medium high density. But it's really, how comfortable are we with the developer that you can do what you say you're going to do? Because it sounds like you're working with the neighbors, and I know it's not comfortable when you have a big development coming in next to you, but the input that I've heard tonight seems like there are some concerns, but it's generally more positive than negative. But if I'm reading that wrong, then I'm reading it wrong. But I'd like to hear maybe what the other council members are saying and what they're thinking too. Maybe Mayor, maybe even your thoughts on it.
I think my opinion is I just soon leave it the way it is and table this and have the other council come when we have 5 councilmen and vote on it then.
I've liked what you've tried to describe, Councilman Staley, which is preserve some of it to just medium density. The challenge is even if that were medium density, that's not the density that the residents want. They don't want medium density there. They want even lower than that. And so, and then I also can understand the engineer's perspective of, you know, Bonnie Lane isn't necessarily, once they draw this whole thing out and give it some contour and shape of a development, Bonnie Lane may not be the right dividing point. And so my other question is how do we create kind of a dividing line knowing that they're going to draw and plan and engineer this whole thing differently than what we see today? And so my objective is whatever we do to get the best possible buffering for the homes and the residents that exist. And we could probably get that if we left it at medium density, but I also have heard the developer's opinion that allowing them that medium high up against some of those other pieces will give them much better ability to bring in the more sparsely populated homes and rows there along the southern side. Do this 3 council member dynamic more often. This is. Mayor, I'm going to make a motion. We'll see if it passes or fails. I borrow your agenda there, Councilman Staley, just to remind myself. Having heard the good input from the residents tonight, part of which I'm going to propose in a future meeting that we revisit this notice distancing requirement, but that's not part of this motion. My motion would be that we, based on the feedback from the developer and some of the representations that we've been provided, that the council approve a general plan amendment request G-15-03 to change the general plan designation from medium density to medium high density at the 34 acres, Drew, 37 acres. Or is it full? On the approximately 46.29 acres that are represented tonight on the map.
Have a motion, have a second.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, a motion and a second.
Motion nay.
Haley, aye.
Seg Miller, aye.
Once again, have a stalemate.
It's
It's
just
just
failed to
okay.
pass, yeah.
At the end of the day,
Has to have 3 votes to
at
pass.
the end of the point which you're willing to discuss it, if it's not approved, then it's
Deny.
denied unless somebody decides to want to table it.
Mayor, rather than let it just die, I'm going to make the motion that we table the consideration for approval of the general plan amendment request G-15-03. 2 weeks or 4 weeks? 2 weeks, 4 weeks? That we table it until the regularly scheduled meeting on Wednesday, October 14th. And Mayor, I'll also make the addition that the public hearing portion that we've considered and closed tonight, that also be extended so that can also be heard at
Thank you. So
at the
noted.
next meeting.
Thank you.
October
Right.
14th, yeah.
Just planning another long night, Tara. Bill.
I'll second it.
Okay, I have a motion and a second.
Nice and aye.
Staley, aye.
Seg Miller, aye.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen. Thank you all. Thank you all for coming on that one. We'll move on. Item G, public hearing for consideration to approve an ordinance amending the city code, Title 9, zoning regulations, Chapter 1, general provisions, Section 6, definitions, childcare facility regarding secure outdoor play area. Drew Ellerman.
If we had
What item is this?
9G, 9F is
It's G,
There it is.
9G. The last public hearing.
I explained a little while ago, if I had any hair, I'd be pulling it out. But anyway, here we go. This is a consideration to amend a portion of the city code. Specifically, the definitions found in chapter 9-1-6, and really specifically the definition for child care facility. Staff is wishing to change this just to give you a real brief background on this. Usually we send out our fire chief and our building inspector to look at a proposal for a CUP for anybody who wants to do a child care facility or a preschool. One of the things we have always looked at and required them is to have a fenced off area, play area in the backyard. And after talking with my fire marshal and my building inspector, they kind of felt comfortable because it's nowhere in the code that says they had to have a 4-foot high chained off area for recreation. And yet we've been doing that for a while. So they both felt very adamant that we at least get that in black and white in the code. And so that's, to put it simply as possible, that's why we're here tonight. We're adding the underlined area there. Also, any door areas used for recreation playtime will be required to be completely fenced in with a minimum of a 4-foot high fence. And any gates will be required to have a self-closing and self-latching device to keep them closed and secure. This just gives us back, or it specifically in the code, instead of just having it our policy, so to speak. And they just feel more comfortable of having this as a specific requirement. Planning Commission felt real comfortable and happy with it. They recommended approval unanimously of the amended to the code changing the definition as you see before you. Be glad to answer any questions if you have any.
So just from my understanding, because it's a definition of child care facility, basically from this point forward, if it's approved, the definition would include a fence.
Yes. This would definitely be in there. So anybody that goes, they can see that it meets all this other stuff, but they also know they have to have a fence as required of that. I tried to think of putting it somewhere else, but this was, I think, the best place for it to go. So.
I think it's a public hearing.
It is a public hearing. This might be the quickest public hearing we've had all night. Anybody want to comment on that?
A motion to close the public hearing.
Thank you. Motion and
I'll second it.
thank you. Nyson, go ahead.
Nice night.
Staley, aye.
I'm just going to vote for you.
Seg Miller, aye.
All right, we'll move on to H, consideration to approve an ordinance amending the city code 9-1-6 to define child care facility secure outdoor play area.
A motion that we approve an ordinance amending the city code 9-1-6 to define child care facility secure outdoor play area.
Thank you.
Second.
Nice night.
Staley, aye.
Seg Miller, aye.
Thank you. That is approved. Final plat, item 10, consideration to approve the final plat for Arroyo at Sienna Hills, Phase 1. Located approximately 1900 East, 600 North. Applicant Brennan Holdings, number 200 LLC. Is that what it is?
Feel a little momentum going now, don't we? So here we go. Applicant requesting approval final plat, the Arroyo at Sienna Hills, Phase 1. This particular portion of the subdivision is proposing 30 lots. The area of coverage is 9.22 acres. The zoning at this location is PCD. It's part of the Sienna Hills Master Plan community. Staff has reviewed, and there was an amended preliminary plat approved back on August 13th of 2014. Staff has reviewed the request proposal, and the proposed final plat does conform to the approved amended preliminary plat. Therefore, the Planning Commission reviewed it on their September 2nd meeting, and the Planning Commission unanimously recommended approval of the final plat for the Arroyo at Sienna Hills Phase 1 subdivision based on the findings subject to the conditions. There was one extra condition Number 6, because this will be a continuation, staff just wanted to make sure that there was going to be a 100-foot cul-de-sac at the north end of Sagecrest Drive. It's on the left-hand part of your screen. I've already seen a plan that was brought in that has that on there. So it'll be on the plat, just saying a temporary turnaround until the road continues on at future phases for the subdivision. So that's really the only difference, and I'll be glad to answer your
This map
questions.
For me, Drew.
I
What
would,
I
but
see as I
you
drive
watch
up
what
there.
happens when I try to do that. It doesn't, it just does that. I wish I can put it on Elmo if you want,
Yeah,
I think.
I'm just trying to remember.
No,
Sandy
I can't.
Talus is the one that kind of loops around. Is that right, Jim?
Yes. Sandy Talus is the stuff existing road on the south that loops around the north and ties back.
So Sagecrest, is it what ties into the landing pad? What we've called the kind of helicopter
Yeah,
pad?
the landing pad's directly right at that intersection.
Okay,
That T intersection is the landing pad.
okay. So this Sagecrest kind of follows the recent excavation that we've been watching.
Yes.
Along the useful sites around that.
Okay.
Yes, sir. I wish I could twist it, but every
That's
time
what
you
I
do it on
needed.
here.
That's what I needed. So,
Yeah.
So that's what I was curious about.
I'll forego my 200-page PowerPoint.
Still wondering why you have date night at city council meetings. But
This is not a public hearing.
All right, I'll motion that we, are you looking for a motion then, Mayor?
Let's get after it.
All right, I'll motion that we approve the final plat for Arroyo at Sienna Hills Phase 1, located at approximately 1900 East 600 North.
Second.
Have a motion and a second.
Nice night.
Staley, aye.
Seg Miller, aye.
Thank you, gentlemen. That's approved. Item 11, ordinance. Consideration to approve an ordinance to amend the city code, Title 5, Chapter 2, offenses, crimes, and traffic code, Section 3, parking regulations for certain purposes prohibited. Chief.
Council, Mayor, thank you. Is this going to be a public hearing as well? I'm just kidding. We discussed this last time, and it simply is addressing the nuisance issue to tighten up a little bit of the ordinance in reference to someone just moving a car a few feet and leaving it and it meeting the current ordinance. This way, they won't be able to do it within a block of that specific area. So that's the only change.
And thank you for bringing that back to the workshop so we could kind of discuss it a little bit.
And
Appreciate that.
I apologize. I wasn't here that first night. It probably would have been done and over with by now, but
I'll motion that we approve an ordinance to amend the city code, Title 5, Chapter 2, offenses, crimes, and traffic codes, Section 3, parking regulations for certain purposes prohibited.
I'll second it.
I have a motion and a second.
Nice night.
Staley, aye.
Seg Miller, aye.
Thank you, gentlemen. That's approved. Item B, consideration to approve an ordinance regulating the specialty tobacco sales business / licensing in Washington City.
That is not going to be, the B is not going to be considered because of item C, which would supersede that.
Okay.
So,
Shall we
I guess,
scratch that one? Okay, move on to C. All right. We'll scratch item B, move on to C, consideration to approve an ordinance establishing temporary zoning regulations prohibiting acceptance, processing, or approval of new or amended applications, approvals, permits, licenses, or conditional use permits for retail tobacco specialty business under the Washington City Code within the Washington City boundary for a period of 6 months in accordance with Utah Code, annotated 10-9A-504 as amended.
Okay, for what this is generally, and we've had I think a work session on this, or was it a city council presentation? Was it a work session? So we had health professionals come from the Southwest Health Organization and others that it came to encourage Washington to look into
to look into regulating and in particular, the vapor shops, the e-cigarette specialty tobacco business stores in the city of Washington. And what has occurred over the last few years, and I'm proposing this, the staff's proposing this particular ordinance, which is in effect is a temporary ordinance, which would put on hold or prevent any further applications, amendments to expand, or approvals of specialty tobacco, retail specialty tobacco stores within the city of Washington. The state legislature over the last 3-4 years has had a lot of activity on this in terms of the e-cigarette trade, e-cigarette business. And we heard a number of health professionals talk about this at the work session. But in general, as staff, as particular the chief of police, the city recorder, and I have followed this over the last 3 or so years with the state legislature. Our state legislature has been moving towards putting into specific regulations, whereas we don't have regulations for tobacco products in general. That's a federal issue, usually a federal health issue, and always has been. The e-cigarette or the approach with the e-cigarette trade and product is that it doesn't use tobacco products, so therefore the federal health departments haven't overseen it and haven't acted, I think, as quickly as a lot of state legislatures would. Our particular state legislature, as of this last legislature, passed 2 important bills, and which have now been enacted, which regulate these in a level that we haven't before. In particular, with licensing of for the sale of any of the e-cigarette type products, and also for licensing of any selling, especially with the retail specialty tobacco stores, which primarily by state definition means about 80% of their business. That's all it is. That's all they do. That's primarily what it is, and they've defined it for that reason. In what has been a trend away from what has happened in our country, that our federal legislature has overseen tobacco products and licensing, packaging, distribution of it, those types of things. The state has stepped in and taken over licensing of these things and has passed on along to our Department of Health, the State Department of Health, to oversee packaging, some type of regulations in terms of how much content of nicotine and other products are within the product itself, which is then used in either vapors or other types of formats. And so we've seen that that's been shifted. Having given that responsibility to the Department of Health, the State Department of Health, they've passed some of them along locally. Southwest Department of Health is one of them in our area that covers 4 or 5 counties. 5 counties. So they oversee and regulate some of that. Having said that, our State Department isn't even going to be issuing regulations overseeing that until after January of 2016. So right now, it's a lot in flux. There's a lot that we're concerned about. There's a lot that council has mentioned it's been concerned about. Certainly a lot that the health professionals have been concerned about. And I'm proffering this. Yeah, this is my proffer of what they would be saying about their concerns about the health concerns they have about it. Although you're welcome to ask more questions if you want to. It's just that the meeting's gone along and we've had some of this discussion in the past.
I've had some reach out from them, but also they haven't seen my inbox. There's been a lot of emails from citizens and different concerned folks about this. And so I think it's timely that we address it. I do like the concept of just a moratorium for 6 months. I have 2 questions about the proposed ordinance. The first one is really just an editing thing. The second and third whereas paragraphs appear to be duplicates with the exception of the word product. The penultimate word in the second one is not in the third one, but otherwise those, and so I think one of those can just be deleted.
What we call literary emphasis.
But my bigger question is, it's a few down the way. The whereas that discusses our neighboring cities have prohibited them. Do I misunderstand it, or is it, have they prohibited them, or have they just regulated them within the respective ordinances that they've adopted?
Great question. And what has occurred is that each of those cities that I've referenced, which again is why we have this kind of this countervailing and imposing these elements that would raise to the level that we'd want to put on a temporary ordinance moratorium, if you will, because of the effect that has maybe created on our city. Their licensing, under their licensing titles of their codes, they have defined what it is by state code. State code defines what these are now. So state regulates that. And state regulates distance requirements, for example, from neighborhoods, from schools, from other stores, in an attempt, what appeared to be from an attempt to try to prevent too much of a proliferation of them within communities.
As I reviewed them a few weeks ago, it appears that their design was, if you're tobacco only, we've prohibited you.
They just want to allow it.
But if you have some other license for sale and then 30%, and so I just wanted to make sure that the conclusion
Only for
of
the
prohibited-
retail specialty stores, they've just simply said, we prohibit them, therefore you can't get a business license for them. In other words, typically that's not the primary license. It's a secondary license with our grocery stores, with some of our convenience stores, which is that's why the state legislature defined retail specialty tobacco stores as being a very separate kind of a business operation.
So I guess my last question is, if we approve item number C, that basically gives us 6 months to work on item number B.
It does. It allows us to take a look at it, see what can be done, see what regulations the state comes up with, and to approach it in a way in which we have better information at the time when we make that decision of how we regulate those, and to make sure we regulate it and do it in a way in which it's enforceable. We want to make sure that we're doing this appropriate under state law too. This gives us a chance to do it. It gives us a chance to see what the state's going to do. It gives us a chance, and you'll see in some of the summary that was given from the Utah League of Cities and Towns, and just summarizing what the two bills were that the state legislature passed, it was mentioned that everyone expects more legislation to come out federally as regulations on these types of business, and as a state to come out with more regulations for these types of businesses. We certainly expect our state Department of Health to come out with regulations addressing some of the specific health concerns like packaging, labeling, the content of them, some of the things that really create health issues that they're seeing, that our health professionals are seeing especially from our youth. They're seeing those from these products. And so having said that, it gives us a chance to also see, kind of from a fair perspective, how we should approach this and see if the governmental entities that would supersede us anyway, if they pass legislation, do something that addresses it in a manner that we think protects our citizens also in a viable. We hope so. I think some of the obvious things that maybe citizens have seen is that over years, for some of you, in particular 2 of you, probably don't recall when we used to have tobacco product advertising on television. For some of the rest of us, we grew up with Marlboro Man and other things, and we had family gatherings where you had Camel coupons put in fish bowls because that's part of what we had back then. That was part of the advertising and part of the product placement and sale of those products. The federal government at some point said, this is too much of a health issue. We're gonna disallow, from a federal standpoint, even advertising on that type of thing, specifically defined for tobacco products, because these products, these e-cigarette type products, don't qualify under the federal definitions of tobacco. That's why you've seen the advertising in the last number of years of these types of products. So the federal government isn't overseeing it, isn't carving us out of the discussion. In effect, what it's done is left health professionals and others that have observed this
and observed what some of the effects can be from it, some of the potential harmful effects, has raised some real raised concern with them that this is a health issue that we need to address.
Yeah, and that's why I appreciate that the Southwest Public Health Department has been advocating for us to have an ordinance that at least addresses it to some extent. Some of our neighbors have an ordinance that just makes the door a little tougher to get through to open up these specialty tobacco or vape shops. Well, we've left the door open a little bit with our ordinance. So this is, I really like what we're doing here. It gives us time to discuss the issue, to understand it better, but it kind of puts a stop on anything new in the meantime. So.
Or expansions, as far as that goes.
Or expand.
Or
Right,
expansions.
right.
And we're really trying to do it in this way that's not just a knee jerk. We've seen it when it was brought to our attention. And what we don't want is everyone to be driven just to our city because we simply haven't just.
Exactly.
But in effect, what it does is puts us on a level footing with, at least from that perspective, gives us a chance to evaluate it and be, at least fairly approach it, given the fact that we don't have a lot of information.
Well, and it's one of those things that you almost don't see it coming. I mean, this is such a new industry that when the Southwest Public Health and their youth committee came and presented on it, I really didn't understand the concept of e-cigarette and vape and what a growing trend that is. So I just think we have a duty to at least address the issue and understand how we want to approach it and regulate it. So Jeff, I appreciate you putting this together so quickly. I think it gives us, lets us call timeout and see how we want to draft our own ordinance for any future business or any expansion of the existing shops around. So,
and we'll
so thank
certainly
you.
we'll certainly keep you updated as we see with our state legislature. Because again, every year they've had the issues grown and grown and grown. I've watched hours of testimony this year from health professionals as well as advocates.
So you're saying that, maybe the state or the federal governments may step in and regulate this to where our ordinance doesn't really.
It may. It seems like that's where the trend's going.
But
I
in the
think it
meantime-
caught people off. I'll be honest. I think it caught people off guard from a national perspective because this is no longer defined as
And
tobacco.
just understanding the addictive nature of it and how these specialty shops can make it so accessible. Especially with the locations
And that's more of the concern is, and that's why the specialty stores are a little more of a concern as opposed to where it's just a secondary
people can buy it.
license.
We're not saying you
with
can't
what they
buy
have.
it.
We're not saying nobody can do it. And this is, we're taking away anybody's rights to eat. But what we are trying to do is try to at least limit what we have now to it so we can evaluate whether or not these specialty stores are something that we want to make sure we have at least a firm grasp on what we're doing here. And that's why we have that opportunity.
primarily sell tobacco and related.
And that's why that's only those that we're talking about with this ordinance. And I certainly invite if you guys want to give your names and just see if you want to add anything to that. I just didn't want to I think this has been, everybody's seen a lot about this over the years. It's just brought it more into focus, and certainly after our workshop a couple of weeks ago. But if you guys just want to come give your name, if you want to add anything to it or detract, say that I really misrepresented it.
When you sit for 4 hours, I mean,
important to us.
Kai Nordfeld, the Director of Health Promotions of the Health Department. Just want to thank you all for the great work you're doing and the willingness to address this issue. I wish our only regret is we would have known earlier that the new store was trying to establish themselves here, so we could have caught that earlier. But you've been absolutely great to work with. Thank you for your support, and everything really has been addressed, so thank you.
I'm Russ Hinton. I'm here as a citizen, though. He's the man that takes care of all this stuff for us at the department. I am a citizen of Washington, and I support this as well. So thank you.
Space around building pads.
Yeah. And so as a part of this, as you contemplate approving this, make sure that if you find that you find that there was that you specifically find and let me make sure it's just in here already.
I think you have it in one of the last whereases that there's an interest in the public welfare.
Yeah, there you go. Well, so it may just, by just approving it, then you probably adopt it all into it then.
Yeah, Mayor, I'll go ahead and make a motion that this proposed ordinance is in the best interest of the health, safety, and welfare of Washington City and its residents. Therefore, my motion would include that the council approve an ordinance establishing temporary zoning regulations prohibiting acceptance, processing, or approval of new or amended applications, approvals, permits, licenses, or conditional use permits for retail specialty businesses. And that there be a moratorium of 6 months during which those issues can be considered and studied.
I'll second it.
Thank you.
Nice night.
Staley.
Segment or aye.
Thank you, gentlemen. That is approved. Item 12, award of bid, consideration to award the bid for the Uri Drive wastewater replacement project.
Mayor, council, September 1st, we opened bids on the Uri Drive sewer replacement project. It's an issue that we've had with the sewer lines up there, the old piping and root problems. And so we advertised it for bid. We actually had 12 plan holders, but we only received 2 bids on the project. The low bid on the project came in from Royalty Enterprises at $360,000. About $100,000 higher than our engineer's estimate. The engineer's estimate was $252,240.
You're usually on the other side of that.
They usually are. I told Sunrise, have fun doing that project for that money. We did see,
thought that it might be, their estimate might be a little low.
we did, they looked at a lot of their stuff is based on a lot of the new construction practices,
This
not
is-
replacing existing flowing sewer line. They've got to keep people still in service while they replace it. So there was, I think, a little discrepancy in their numbers.
Well, I don't have much basis to disagree or argue with it, so I'd be inclined to make a motion that council approve the bid by Royalty Enterprises in the amount of $360,000 for the Uri Drive wastewater replacement project.
Second.
Motion and a second.
Dalia.
Seg Miller, aye.
All right, Mike, have them get to work.
And then it is actually under the budgeted amount that we did budget for this project. So
All right.
How much
move
did
on.
we budget?
400,000.
Okay, MOU agreement, consideration to approve a MOU agreement regarding the stormwater impact fee credit with Brandon Holding for the escapes, reserve, and terraces at Green Spring.
This is an agreement we come up with Brandon Holdings. Their developments that they're doing at the top of Green Springs. There are some improvements that needed to go in that was spelled out in our stormwater master plan. So with that, we are giving them the credits that we had budgeted, or not budgeted in, but the estimated amounts that were in our stormwater master plan. The credits will be given on a per acre basis and will be given on each phase of the development. So example, if there's a 10-acre development, they'd get then let's see, the $977.18 per acre. They would be getting that.
So they put it in instead of us.
They put it in instead of us putting it in, correct?
And Mike, just to make sure you will oversee that as a phase comes through, you calculate how much acreage is there and how much credit they would receive for that particular phase.
Correct. When they submit a plat for their final
977.18.
plat, they if it's a, like I say, how many acreage is in that plat, they would get that credit per acre on that impact fee. And the impact fee is paid on plat on stormwater. And if there's any remaining balance on that plat, they would pay that remaining balance.
You felt like that was a fair.
I think it's a
what they
very
did, what we
fair,
budgeted.
equitable, yes.
I'll move motion that we approve a MOU or a memorandum of understanding agreement regarding the stormwater impact fee credit with Brennan Holdings for the escapes, reserve, and terraces at Green Spring. Second.
Motion and a second.
Nice night.
Staley, aye.
Second Miller, aye.
All right, that's approved.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jim.
All right, anything to report from the assigned committees?
You know, that youth council was pretty good tonight,
They
didn't
did.
they?
Really good.
Almost makes me wish I'd ran again to work with those guys.
Yeah, a good group of young men and young women. City manager report?
You know, Mayor, I sometimes give these reports for the benefit of the community too, but I realize that even PBS doesn't go this long without something more interesting than council to watch. So nobody's tuning in. But I do have one issue that I just want the council to hopefully give some direction on. I received a call this last week from Fred Davies, who is the Suntran director there with the city of St. George. And this was kind of a shocking call. Because in spite of, I believe, discussions between mayor and mayor, and despite of exchanging agreements between St. George and Washington City, he indicated that administration over there is concerned that they're being bypassed in the discussion of the Suntran. And so they've actually put it on hold.
Say that again?
That the administration over there is concerned that they've been bypassed with regards to the discussion of Suntran. Of course, Fred has been here. Made a presentation. Jeff and their attorney has been talking. There's more to this discussion. I think we know where this centers, but my recommendation would be if the council would draft a letter formally requesting these discussions continue from the mayor to their city council.
I think that's entirely appropriate. And, you know, maybe we have not involved them to the extent that they ought to be involved. So,
well, even
we've worked with staff, with Fred and,
well,
but not with their council. So
well, I think we have, because I know mayor have discussed.
My suggestion might be that we haven't had kind of a little workshop with them for a while anyway. Maybe it's time to schedule one of those and go sit down with them and have this be the point to talk about.
Even
the administration and council to come and.
Yeah, I got the impression that he.
So what does he feel like he's not being included in?
What's that?
What's his beef?
Well, I mean, I don't know. I just think we can resolve this issue with a formal request. Like I said, it was actually St. George that initially approached us actually a couple of times. I think they're a little frustrated, at least Suntran's a little frustrated, because what we've been led to believe up to this point is we've actually been delayed on busing, but I got the impression that that has not been the case.
Have we, I know we've discussed at length, but I don't recall any official, have we got an agreement with?
Yeah, the council
with
approved to
them?
move forward, so they made a motion to approve. We've had
And so-
drafts going back and forth for some time.
Okay.
I think it's in final state, if I'm not mistaken.
I've been led to believe by Fred, talking to him. The last time I think I spoke to Mr. Davies was probably at, when they had the transportation conference.
The expo.
Months ago. And he said, well, it's in someone's hopper going through it, but just takes a while to get through the hopper. And that they were still having discussions with the bus manufacturers because there were so many specifics on one of those buses. I never got the impression, at least from Fred back months ago, that this was an issue that was somehow.
Well,
I think that's just kind of news to him. As a matter of fact, I've had discussions with the assistant to the city manager as well. And these discussions have been well aware that these were happening. So I don't know, but I think we can resolve it that way.
So, yeah, I think a letter is entirely appropriate. I know me personally, I think most of the council remain committed to Suntran, as we think it's in the best interest of our community, regardless of city boundary. And so whatever we need to do to work with our neighbors, I'm sure they'll.
Well, and I
work
thought it
with
was
us.
appropriate at least to bring it publicly, because we do have a number of citizens that also are anxious for the
Yeah.
time when the service will be extended here. And they've not only contacted us on a number of occasions, but they've contacted St. George. And of course, we've all kind of had the same message back, and that is, we're in process. We're just
Yeah,
waiting
it's
for
entirely
bus.
appropriate, and it seems that we've already got it budgeted.
We do.
Or
What
that
we're
it's-
doing is we're earmarking a portion of the fuel tax that was approved by the legislature to fund that.
It's just that Suntrine is just such a value to the portion of the community that needs it, that I can't express enough how important it is for us to be able to work through whatever, misunderstandings or hiccups there are to be able to get Suntran into Washington. We've already designed the loop and worked with Suntran and
Yeah, I think this will be the simplest. If we can just get the council to confirm
Oh,
over
absolutely.
there.
Absolutely.
From our council, I think we can just get right back on.
Perfect. Thank you.
The interesting thing, and I agree with the approach, is it wasn't but a few months ago that I think what we were hearing was that we weren't moving fast enough for them. Yeah. And so, if anything, we were.
Well,
the
we've had
ones-
wonderful coverage from the paper on the issue,
Yeah.
on the whole issue. I've talked with the assistant to the city manager on numerous occasions with respect to this. So
Yeah.
I don't know where it will pick up, but I think we can fix it.
Yeah,
this
whatever
way.
they need more, let's
We'll
just
do
give
it.
that communication to them and move forward.
And
You anticipate that doing a letter from the mayor to their council that
That's what
you'll
we'll
probably
do.
prepare for them?
Yeah.
And other than that, I'll just answer questions because we don't need to spend it.
Time frame on veterans conceptual?
Oh, I've got it right here. You have it.
The
by-
conceptual?
Yes, you will have a conceptual
Oh,
by,
You have a date, but not the,
by September 25th. They were actually, Bill Jackson was
Very
here
good.
for the past 4 days last week.
oh, I wish I'd have known. Okay.
Time frame on East Telegraph guardrails.
That's all been awarded. It hasn't begun yet,
Just waiting
but
funds the process really. All the discussions I've initiated about stoplights the last few nights, you probably ought to just start buying them.
you won't.
Start buying
I
them.
go from 300 to 290.
Start buying the package deals.
All right. Looks like there's a need to go to a closed session. We'll do it.
Mayor,
Quick.
I'll make the motion that the council adjourn to a closed session.
I'll second it.
All right.
Nice night.
Bailey,
Seg Miller, aye.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Good.